Hi everybody. Gonna make sure I'm live. Gonna make sure I'm live. Good to see you. Sorry if my room's not super bright. Had a headache today, so I'm feeling a little better. But we got some serious things going on right now. We could go to nuclear war. So if this is my goodbye, if we end up in nuclear war, and this is my goodbye. I love you all, but I'm in a better place. It would be great to be home with Jesus. He's the author of all of this, He's the creator of all of this, and He's the finisher of our faith. And to be in His arms would be wonderful. No better place to be. And then when we're all together in eternity after the rapture, then we'll start our new life. And it will be our great reset. And we'll have our groom, Jesus, our heavenly Father, and we'll have the whole family of God. So, does any of this give me worry that they're implementing all of this, that they're going forward? Sure, it does give me a little bit of anxiety, and I pray when I get anxiety. I ask the Lord to, um, you know, handle my anxiety about it all, because nothing gets by Him. He knows everything. He knows what they were going to do. He knows what Putin's going to do. He knows what the hero Ukraine Zelensky's going to do. He knows that they're pitting these two off against each other. He knows that everyone's going to be getting a digital ID. He knows that the mark of the beast is coming. He knows that he's going to get us out of here by the hair of the head in the nick of time. Maybe maybe the rapture happens at the moment of impact. Maybe we all go together when nuclear war starts. We don't know. But I trust the Lord. And I know that He's got all of this in the palm of His hand. He knows what's going on. We have free will, and everyone, has their own way of giving in to the demonic realm of complying and just doing their job, right? I'm just doing my job, you know. Just you've been listed as a threat because of your patriotism or your, your understanding of the plan, the evil plan that they've got going. So, but I'm a warrior for Jesus, and my weapons are not carnal, they're mighty to the pulling down of strongholds. So I pull down the strongholds in Jesus' name, the demonic realm that's trying to suck us all in and bring us all down and trying to, change us in our bodies and all the evil things that they have planned. I pull it all down and I put it under subjection to Jesus Christ. And I put my life in His hands because He is my King and He's the ruler of this world, not Satan, who some people might think that, well, Satan's been given dominion because of humans. Humans had dominion. God gave the dominion to us, and by sinning and by relinquishing, or some word like that, relinquishing, that's the word I'm thinking of. We relinquish our power to Satan and the demonic realm. when we give in to fear, when we give in to hate, when we give in to lust or greed or power or money. And I was thinking how the root of all evil the other day is money. And really, that's what these wars seem to be about to me. In my thinking about things, money. Money is the root of all evil. I'm going to get up these, before I get into this article, get up the chat room so I can see you guys and do a little check. Well, that's not the screen. Right here. There we go. All right. Sputsy's here. Segway's here. Midday. Yay. Hello, good buddies. Watchman. Yay. God bless each and every one of you. By pledging allegiance to the flag. I guess, I mean, you know, as a little kid, you're taught all these little things in school to pledge your allegiance to the flag, and they take Bible out, so you're not like pledging your life, laying your life down as a sacrifice, you know, to the Lord. They don't teach you that, do they? Good to see you all. So I'm a little bit you know, stressed, a little bit drained of you know, what this is all about, because I see them putting up these puppets and say, do this thing. I really feel that in my spirit that that's what's going on here. Is you got a good guy, you got a bad guy, and you're like, you know, yesterday's thing with Zelensky, they were saying, you know, glory to the heroes, glory to Ukraine. And I'm thinking, And they even talked world leader. Did you notice that? They were saying world leader. I don't know if they were referring to Zelensky or not. I don't think he's the Antichrist or anything, but they're propping up an idea, though, of a world leader. That was pretty profound, if you ask me. And then this is like incredible that they've got. I mean, me and my husband were talking about the Social Security card earlier, and how that is a, you know, way of controlling everyone and getting everyone to um, be tracked and traced, and they know what all you do, and you know, everything's tied to your Social Security number. But this could be, because that's the United States, and I know each country has their own, but eventually they're going to have one. And what if this is it? What if this is the app for DIIA? And I know this is kind of stretching it, because I like to look at words, I like to look at numbers, not necessarily numbers, though there's some that really pop out to me. You know, numbers, God has patterns in the Bible of like 12 disciples and the 12 that sit around the throne, and there's a lot of, you know, 12s going on and things like that. That's interesting. But I don't go real far with the numbers. But I like looking at words and language, because well, this DIIA, I'd like to look into it a little bit more and see, where did they come up with this name, you know? And if you go, Mike was saying, you know, DI, like maybe that starts saying for digital identity, or, you know, and it says right here, digital identity. So that could be what the DI part stands for. And I was like, oh, look, at backwards, these last two letters are AI, you know, which we know artificial intelligence is going to be a part of all of this. And I feel like artificial intelligence could be eventually the image of the beast when it is, what's it called? Somebody can help me. When you have consciousness, or like the artificial intelligence would sense something, maybe, where they're aware. They become self-aware. Pledge allegiance to the is pledging allegiance to the world. They'll probably come up with a new pledge allegiance, like, I pledge allegiance to the United Nations of the, New World Order. Check out Revelation Mark Hardy channel. Pretty good guy. Just listened to his first live broadcast since I found him excellent, as I hear you're doing as well. I've not heard of him, Mark Hardy. Oh, good to see you, Watchman. Thanks for popping in and popping out. Thank you. Yeah. Yep. Thank you. Thank you. It's good to see you. Oh, I pop in different places on the YouTubes, and Watchman's there. It's neat seeing him. It's amazing the circles that we all, kind of find each other in. It's really fun, just getting on here, and, maybe one day somebody that I used to watch or still watch might, run across my channel, and I don't know if anybody, I'm not very confident in it, in what I'm, saying, and all of some things I am, but some things it's like, I don't know this, I don't know that, but I'm learning, and maybe y'all like to learn along with me. So this is saying Ukraine silently implemented the WEF. I'm not sure what that stands for. WEF. Let's look it up. World Economic Forum. I didn't know that. So this app is linked with the World Economic Forum. Guess who else is linked to the World Economic Forum? That Joseph guy that I keep talking about. He's like head of something with it. And he's talking about how we have to incrementally get it going, incrementally get people their digital ID by telling them there's a big bad virus, and that you need to get a passport. You need to get a digital passport number where you can buy or sell. And without it, people have been turned away from grocery stores. People have been turned away from hospitals, not given their surgery, and died, and things like this, So this is an incremental process, instead of just going, oh, we've had this RFID chip, let's just slap it in your hand, and then well, it's got the medicine in it for this. No, they're going to start off slow. We're going to give you a vac. I'm not going to say the word out loud unless it's written on here and I'm reading it or something like that. So it says, in a logic, thank you, Spudsy. Thank you, Midday. In a logic of digitizing and centralizing everything, and think blockchain too, because all of this blockchain is like a secure location where you could have your information, that it's got that, what's the name of that movie where No More Secrets. Too Many Secrets. You remember that one? Hi, Kate. Good to see you. What is the name of that movie? Sneakers. Sneakers. That's the name of it. So, No More Secrets. They have a, forget the name of that encryption. It's some sort of encryption type thing where your information is mathematically secure in a place. Like if somebody tried to hack in there, they would have to have several long digitized, numbers and things to hack into your information. So blockchain is somehow, gonna hold all of this information of the entire, matrix of internet, to where you go to like into the metaverse or something, that people can't, hack you and take your bank account information and stuff. So all of this everything is going to be connected. It's not just what they list here. Your identity card, your passport, your license, your vaccine record, your registrations, your insurance, your health reimbursements, your social benefits. Um, this is all inside of that app already, that they're downloading like crazy in Ukraine. So I was thinking yesterday when I found out about the Skylink, what's it called? Elon Musk's Starlink. Stars can be messengers, right? Stars can be angels in the Bible. They're listed as an angel, some of them. So I'm thinking that artificial intelligence is hooked up to something that's accessible to them, to where all of the things that are on camera and everything hooked to the internet is visible to them, that they have access to it, and Satan also. That's my thinking. I thought of that when they put AI up there in space. I think the name of that one was Simon. So Simon says, you better get your digital ID. Simon says you better comply and get your you know what. Simon says if you don't, we're going to treat you like Putin. Right? Off with his head. Yeah, that movie's awesome. Sneakers. It's got Robert Redford in it. A lot of good actors. It's really cute too. Like the whole narrative, but it's spooky. Not like spooky in a demonic way, spooky in a, like what we're talking about right now way. Like high intelligent, you know, very smart people get together and hack. They hack in the movie, and they get in trouble with the government for hacking and being like Robert what's that? I got Robert Redford on my mind. Robin Hood. You take from the rich and you give to the poor. Like they're good hackers or whatever. Isn't that how movies always are though? Like the good hacker, the good troll, um, the good dictator. Oh man, there's been so much news in the past couple of days come out. My head's spinning from it. Just like that guy, the egg, getting in trouble yesterday, getting a cartel leader called the Egg. He got arrested, and there was discussion about how is it gonna stop now? There's more than one bad egg in that bunch. That just came to my mind. That was pretty sly there. Okay, so let me keep going. Such a model is only known so far in China with the famous social credit. So now in Ukraine, the people that get this app are going to be part of the social credit score. Isn't that lovely? Oh, it's so nice. We get to go, you know, buy a house now. And because we've said all the right things, we get a better loan. And if we just say Putin is evil, he's the devil, and he needs to have his chopped off, well, we'll get plus points on our credit score and we'll make everybody happy and we'll be safe and we'll be secure and we'll have peace and safety. Yeah? And then sudden slavery, sudden destruction of your entire identity, including like once you get the what, there's a chance that things could start being done to your mind and you be giving off, frequent. I can't get into all of that. Just think 5G and look into 5G, okay? Because there's some things that ways when you control someone, it's also isn't just, oh, you get this. It's you now that you're in this, you either do what you're told or, you know. So let's keep reading. Wow, I really got into the thick of this at the beginning of the video. I don't know if I'll get to the news after my mind gets wrapped around all of this. Oh, Kate, gotta go. Good to see you, Kate. Go to work and enjoy because spring's coming. It's only about 4 days away now. Try to grow some tomatoes or something. Try to grow something. Okay, as you all know here, governments want to move towards digitization of everyday life by bringing together almost all services on your telephone. Telephones. See, I still have one, but at any moment, I wouldn't care to just throw this right in the creek. Okay? Where it would go downstream and you'd think I'm way down there. Just bye-bye. Wouldn't care one bit. While the European Union had announced a test to digitize the record, wallet, and identities in 2018. Ukraine was very quick to react, deploying the DIIA application already 2 years ago. So they deployed the application 2 years ago. Since then, that was before COVID, right? Huh? Think about that. Since then, the platform has grown. Ukrainians can download DIIA and store a whole lot of information, official information about themselves, in order to easily carry out most of the administrative procedures, from tax paying to identity paper renewal, fine payments, and social benefits recovery, among others. With, what? The government has announced that the payment of benefits will be conditional on the presence of a, certificate on the app. When reality catches up with the or who, at the start of 2021, the Control app had already claimed more than 4.5 million activators. As of the end of 2021, more than 12 million Ukrainians were using the app. So if that's the case, then we've got, 16 million for sure using it, showing an almost fivefold increase compared to the end of 2020. So as of the end of 2020, 2.5 million, and then now you've got 12 million more with the Ukrainians. And what happens is when you get a certain amount, then you go up towards the top of the list, right? So this app is going to be showing, look at all the people that are using this app. And then everyone will start being like, I want to be part of that. I want to be part of that. And that's like yesterday when I was watching this guy, Zelensky, talk, you know, about the world leader and talking about glory, everybody clapping. And, they did it to Biden too at the end of his recent speech. They all just kind of praised him, and now they're doing it to this Zelensky guy. Just, oh, encore, more. Oh, look at the sweet little movie that you put out with the dead children, and we got to get behind Ukraine no matter what. We got to go in. We got to do something for these children. Like they're pulling all the heartstrings. There is a way of attaching emotional things to people and manipulating people's minds that are not ready for all of this. They're just going to think Putin's evil, Ukraine's good. We got to do everything we can to glorify these heroes, to glorify Ukraine. And I'm not saying either side is good. I'm just saying wake up to the mind manipulation that is going on around us. I'm included. Uh, I'm just like barely getting out of the third or fourth layer of the onion. There's more. But the Bible is the key, because in there you find wisdom, and you find out that all these things that are being said about the world leaders and how they want to make us poor paupers, little minions for them, servers, which I'm by, being a child of God, I am a server, but I don't serve man. I serve God. He is my king. He is who I serve. He told me to serve and love with all my heart him, and to love my neighbor. And by loving my neighbor, I am encouraging my neighbor. I'm feeding or giving a cup of water to my neighbor. I am forgiving my neighbor. I am cleaning my neighbor's toilet seat if I need to show the love of God. So nothing, and I learned this long ago when I was at work. There was a great sense of you could be, top of your, you know, list of people that are, you can win all of these places, that you can go to different places, the Caribbean or Puerto Rico, or, all these top hotels that, you have to be like to go eat up in the top of the bank. You could be part of the club and all this stuff. I learned long ago when they went from working as a team to, earning your extra bonus money, separate from being a team. They did away with the team, and it was cutthroat then. And God then pulled me out of it, made my jaw collapse. I mean, he didn't do it. I mean, but all this stuff to get me out of that. And you know what they do today? Oh, I'm not going to say on YouTube, but yeah, because then people would know. Some people in here already know who I am, but it's just that, the 5G stuff. We'll just say that. I would have been involved in selling things for, a company that is part of all of this. So I'm thankful for wherever God has me. And right now, that's right here with you guys. And I'm here to serve. I'm here to be thankful for everything that he's given me in my life, and where he's humbled me and just brought me through all terrible sorts of ailments and things. Anyway, where was I? Hi, Fiddlesticks. I'm glad you could make it again. Good to see you again. Nice of Elon to provide Starlink. Yeah, let's talk about Starlink for a minute. Yeah, they have wonderful internet for all these wonderful apps, don't they? With a Starlink that is dimmed now, if you didn't know. People were seeing Starlink up in the sky and they were thinking that it was UFOs. And so what they've done is they've turned the solar panels in an angle towards the sun where we can't see them as easily. Excuse me. So, yeah, they have their wonderful apps that they can download their wonderful social credit score and compete with each other on a level of, you know, really turning each other in and, some sort of competition. My score's better than yours. I've had 5 boosters. How many have you had? Oh, you've only had 3. I can't hang around you. You know, you're not fully done yet. You have to go get your extra downloads. Whatever they're putting in your body, it's not good. I mean, you can believe that if you want to, but I'm not going to sit here and say, yeah, you know, like my social credit score is going to be that's going to be my competition. Who has the lowest? Who has the lowest? I want to hang around you. That's what I did on YouTube. There was when this whole truther movement started, and there were all these people that were telling the truth about serious things like this. Or on there, like Nicholson, 1968 was one of them. He's really good, and he shows Hollywood how evil that is. And it's very entertaining too because he shows clips of movies and stuff. Well, Pastor Paul Bagley, been watching him for a good, 8, 9 years. Just like a whole bunch of people. Jack Van Impe was awesome. He died recently, but he would show the prophetic side of things. Perry Stone, another one of my absolute favorites, and he had to silence himself majorly. And even back in the 1995 when I was watching him and going to his meetings and stuff, he would turn the cameras off even back in 1995 to tell us things. It was incredible. So I think I've shared a few things with some people in the Bible study about things that he's said. Yeah, I can't even go into some of that stuff. It's like seeing the Antichrist, the spirit of Antichrist. I was talking about that the other night. Yeah, they have a ritual in the Muslim world that where they take a knife and they have it on like a rope, and they fling it over their back, and sometimes it gets like stuck in their head or it'll get stuck in their back, and they like rip their skin, and they show like it's graphic and they show it though. Well, there was a form that showed up around them. It was like a light, and it was like a big huge form, and it stood like probably 9 feet tall, and it was big, it was thick, it was like probably 3.5, 4 feet thick, like wide, massive. And it was like it was just standing there kind of like moving around a little bit, but they were all just like having their blood ritual thing going on. People have to have stitches, and it's just really gross. But anyway, he was talking about how that was like, the Antichrist spirit. There's a spirit that behind every evil demonic thing. Every sin has a demon that can get like watching you. And when you start sinning and you keep sinning and God convicts you and you rebel and you're like, I'm not going to stop, I'm going to keep going, then that demon will be like, hey, and he goes and gets a friend or whatever and brings back, you start off with, anger or jealousy, and you end up with 3 or 4 more demons. They're like, hey, this guy's weak in this area. Come go get my friend, uh, I don't know, um, liar, liar demon. Go get that one to hang out with Mr. Anger. And then you got 2 or 3 different ones, and then they grow. Like Perry used to talk about how some cities you would have small demons, like little monkeys, and then in bigger cities where there was more sin, it was like they were feasting on it and growing and growing and growing, and they'd become like gorillas. And he saw this in the spirit realm one time and shared that with us. I don't know if he put that out for everybody to hear or not, but yeah, I'll tell it. You listened to Jack Menifee for years. Oh, that's good. Yeah, he's impressive with the way that he knew so many scriptures, and he knew where to find them in the Bible too. I wish I had that much um, you know, download capability for my brain, but I'm sort of just like all over the place. So, but the main thing is to start having scriptures that you can just, I was looking for my little box. It's up there. But it's got, hold on, I'm gonna have to tilt this a little bit. I'll show you a couple. This is what I have. This came from a thing where we did for children that were starving, like that you send them money, and they sent these cards back when I was a kid. So maybe you'll be able to see this orange one. Can you see that? You can see it's a little card at least, and it's got a scripture, and then it's got a little saying on it. And before we would eat dinner, which at the table wasn't every day, we would, mom and dad both worked, so we didn't eat at the table every day. But here is, I picked 2 random cards, and it says, herein is love, not that we love God, not that we loved God, but that he loved us and sent his son to be the propitiation for our sins. 1 John 4:10. And it says in a quotation mark, I don't know who wrote this, but it's not in the Bible, but they're always pretty good. It says, "O love divine that stooped to share our sharpest pain, our bitterest tear. On thee we cast each earth-born care. We smile at pain while thou art near." He's going to wipe away all our tears. Oh, that's a good one for today, because I woke up with a headache. Thank you, Jesus, for taking away my sharpest pain, my bitterest tear, and I smile at the pain. Not that we loved God, but that he loved us. Okay, and here's the other one. Ephesians 1:3. Blessed be the God and Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, who hath blessed us with all spiritual blessings in heavenly places in Christ. And then it says, we give thee but thine own, whatever the gift may be. All that we have is thine alone. O trust, O Lord, from thee. All that I have is yours, Lord. My body, my soul, my life, everything in my life is yours, God. I give it all to you. I just give you what's already yours, God. And then I like this book right here my grandma gave me. And it's got promises. It's called Walk Through the Promises. And it's just scriptures. But the contents of it, it has like, can you see that? Jesus is your, and then it lists out a bunch of things that Jesus is your brother. He's your everything. He's forgiveness, love, peace, Lord, fellowship, our example, our companion. And then it has other things in here. What to do when you're in need of patience, when you're in need of this or that. And what you can do to grow spiritually. Things that are true about the Bible. You know, about speaking God's word and things like that. But it's called Walk Through the Promises. I love this little book because it's like, it's not real big, you know, it's just really, really thin and tiny, but it's got a bunch of, it's good to have a book where you got the promises of God. I'll put that up there. Because that's like over 3,000 promises are for his children. So we should feel very special. He adores us. He loves us so much. So all this stuff, don't get stressed about it. Just be aware of it and tell others that they're trying to control us and take everything from us. So when they do, we should know that, you know, God has us like the children of Israel. Like if we need to have new shoes or shoes that have some tread on them, he'll put them in a bin. Somebody will be like, I need to get rid of these shoes. And they put them like in a bin. And one day we're so desperate, we're looking in this bin and all of it, you know, we've been praying for a pair of shoes and there's our pair of shoes. Somebody else had gotten another pair and put those pair there and we found them. Or he could make it to where your shoes just never wear out. That's what he did with the children of Israel. So we should not be afraid. God is with us all the way, even to the ends of the earth. He'll be with us in hell if we have to go to hell, which I think he means more like, you know, the deepest, darkest depths of this evil world. If we end up in a cage or something, he'll be with us. He's never going to leave us. Okay, 70% of Estonia uses digital ID cards, while 99% of public services are available online. I'm not going to read all of this. It goes into like the United Kingdom, UAE, the United Arab Emirates. They can use electronic passports at airports. They're becoming, well, let me show you like a picture real quick. I used it as my thumbnail the other day. They're becoming one of the most, right here, one of the most fabulous cities in the world, Dubai is. So UAE, this whole area, it's Babylon. I know, I'm glad Watchman's not here right now. Because he'll argue over it. He'll tell you that the United States is Babylon, which, I mean, maybe it's a shadow of this. It's to come. But I believe that Babylon is Babylon. I believe that that whole area used to be Babylon. Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and up into Iraq, like that whole area. So you got the Persian Gulf where there was the war, and that Gulf where the Suez, or not Suez Canal, but the Straits of Hormuz comes in through near Qatar and Yemen. and it comes up through to the Persian Gulf, into where Iran's on the right, and then up at the top of that waterway of the Persian Gulf is Iraq and Syria. Yeah, that whole area, from part of that was Israel, like part of Syria, I think used to be Israel. I'm not saying for sure because I'm not a geologist or anything. I don't, or whatever you call people that know a lot about geology. But if you look at an old time map, you can see where, the empire used to be, where Babylon used to be. And it covers part of Saudi Arabia, and maybe even, down in there to where Qatar and the UAE and all that is part of old Babylon. So I think it's over there, and they are building it up. This place right here just opened, this ring looking thing, the ring to rule them all. This is Arabic on the museum. It's a museum, and I think they said it has 7 floors. And on each floor there's like, these are like windows. The letters you can see through to the outside. Isn't that cool? And then each floor, they have a different display going on. So you walk through that part, then you go up the next floor and you can walk through that part, and there's like movies on the screens and things going on through the whole, and you keep going up, It'd be a cool place to go visit, but that's open now. There was a guy that flew around it on with those jet things that they attach to your arm, like, and he's up in the air and he's like flying around it and showing on the outside. He probably went through the middle, but it's a really neat city if you go look at the UAE. It's a neat place to to look at, you know. Definitely wouldn't want to live there. They've got really strict, like, women aren't allowed to like hang out in bars. I saw some horror stories about that. Definitely wouldn't want to go to Dubai. But it's neat to see it on the internet. So just, keep watching for this. This is probably what I would talk about every day. I'm still working on my Bible code for the Great Reset. It's going to take a while because there's like so much there, and it's just such a tiny little area that I thought it would be a short one, but there's a lot. I'm going to have to really dwindle it down too. But I like doing that over on DLive and just kind of sharing what I do with that. So let me show you one more thing while I got this on my mind. Joseph Borrell, that's his name. So he is, probably looked it up differently. Joseph, is that the guy? No, that's not the guy, is it? It's Borrell, not Bartuamu. Probably said that wrong. Joseph. It's Borrell. This one. This guy. Yeah, this guy. Okay, so he was in the news 2 days ago. Spanish politician serving as, here it is, high representative of the Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy since 2019. But see, he wrote a bunch of books, and I was hoping it would be highlighted, the book that I went to look around at. Well, anyway, I wrote it on one of my description pieces. All right. Let me show you this while I got this up. This happened the 14th. And I was just looking at some military equipment. And this is Bayraktar. You might want to hold your ears. I'm not sure where I got my volume at. Better turn it down a bit. This might be loud is what I'm saying. Okay, because it's a weapon. It says Ukraine warns Russia. Bayraktar TB2 drone bomb hits Russia. Egg-book M2 SAM system. I'm going to be learning more about the weaponry. I didn't have my chat room scrolling, so I don't know if you're still here, Fiddlesticks, but thank you for coming.
The armed forces of Ukraine are making full use of the Bayraktar TB2 attack drones acquired by Turkey for the first time in 2019. Bulgarian military.com is citing information from the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. The Ministry of Defense of Ukraine released a video in which Ukrainian drones hit the Russian electronic warfare system, EW, and self-propelled, medium-range surface-to-air missile systems NAN K317 Duk M2 Teller. According to the Ukrainian military, the two systems were struck near Kiev, the capital of Ukraine.
Demolished. Look at that. Just demolished.
Ukrainian sources confirmed to Bulgarian military.com that in recent weeks Bayraktar TB2 drones have targeted anti-Russian command posts, armament vehicles, Russian infantry vehicles, and various mobile air defense systems. According to unconfirmed information, since 2019, Ukraine has acquired about 50 strike drones from Bayraktar TB2. BulgarianMilitary.com announced last week that Ukraine and Turkey have agreed on a new supply of efficient drones.
New supply.
The first registered flight of the Turkish attacking drone was in 2014. Since then, Bayraktar TB2 has gained great popularity around the world after taking an active part in counter.
Look at the trees. This is a forest of trees, but there's not hardly anything anywhere over here. I see some trees, how they're kind of grayed out a little bit. So there's some along the road and there's some right here. This might be trees in here. I'm just noticing how, I guess those are pine trees or something. But all this looks to be farmland out here.
Countering Russian weapons systems in Libya, Syria, and the Nagorno-Karabakh War. During the civil conflict in Libya in 2019 to 2020, Bayraktar TB2 took an active part.
Something right now. I'm sorry that I'm so conspiracy theory minded that I just got a thing in a pit of my stomach about this, because these are, they're probably manned by someone right now, but in the future there'll be no emotion involved in sending these things out. It'll be the, artificial intelligence controlling it all. Just like, what was that movie? Was it the robot movie, iRobot? Where, or no, it was a different one. The Skynet. It was a Terminator, wasn't it? Where there's just no more people involvement in the outcome of anything anymore. It's all decided. What if we're already there? What if people are just getting up there saying, you know, yeah, Terminator, just kill people, just, like kill Putin. Like, what if they're just saying that, knowing that the AI already came to that conclusion, and then they look like the leader, like that calls the shots because it was already determined that that would be AI's next step. So they're just like playing out what they're being told by the artificial intelligence, by the beast system. Doesn't that make you sick to think like we have no control? I mean, we don't as the little people anyway, but even the big people, the people that think they're in charge, they're not really in charge anymore, and coming to that understanding that you're not really in charge of anything anymore, that you're just an actor playing out a part because the AI told you the next step. I think we're already there.
Part in the fighting against the Libyan National Army, led by Field Marshal Khalifa Belkacem Haftar. One of the most successful airstrikes on Turkish drones was the destruction of 2 LNA allies.
And then if you knew that and you were a pilot, like, I'm just going in to be a sacrificial lamb, like at any moment they could decide that, I'm part of this, war game. Ugh.
IL-76TD cargo planes on the ground Al Jafar Air Base.
Evil. It's all evil anyway.
Following are reports from sources of the destruction of Russia's Painter S-1 mobile air defense system.
Look how huge that thing is. That is insane. I remember the first time I saw one during this Ukraine war. I was like, wow. The guy's head comes up to like the bed of that truck, to the bottom of the bed of that truck.
Both in Libya and in Syria and Nagorno-Karabakh. According to various reports, more than 73 Syrian military vehicles were destroyed in early 2020, and a total of 19 soldiers were killed by Turkish drones. During the 2020 war in Nagorno-Karabakh between Azerbaijan and Armenia, Turkish drones destroyed dozens of Armenian infantry positions and military vehicles, including BM-22 MLRS, T-72s tanks, BMP-1, ED-2 FVs.
See, a drone is as big as an airplane now, but there's no one in it.
Bayraktar TB2 has reportedly successfully destroyed 9 OSA and Strela 10 air defense systems in the same conflict. However, Bayraktar TB2 also suffered defeats. During the Libyan civil war alone, various reports indicate that 47 Bayraktar TB2 drones were shot down by LNA forces. The same statement was made by the American correspondent Jeff Jaworski. There are reports of at least 2 Turkish Bayrak TB2 drones shot down by Armenian troops in the Nagorno-Karabakh war, and about a dozen Syrian army drones shot down skies over Syria. Bayraktar TB2 is a medium-altitude, long-endurance, male, unmanned combat aerial vehicle, UCAV, manufactured by the Turkish company Baykar. The drone has an autonomous mode of operation and is controlled by operators remotely. More than 300 Bayraktar TB2 units are currently operating worldwide. The operators of these attacking drones are Turkey, Azerbaijan, Ethiopia, Kyrgyzstan, Libya, Morocco, Pakistan, Poland, Qatar, Turkmenistan, and Ukraine. Reports indicate that Bulgaria, Albania, Hungary, Kazakhstan, Latvia, Oman, Rwanda, Somalia, and Serbia are interested in Turkish drones.
This is the future.
Could you please tell us who you are?
Okay, I'm probably not going to watch the rest of that one. I just want to get into some other stuff. You guys can watch that over on military TV. The military TV. They got really great videos about war and everything. I'll be watching more of it later to see what's what. They've got small drones where they can just kill a person, like little small drones. I can only take so much seek, kill, destroy without just being like, okay, I've had enough. But I do have some bombs that I'm gonna show you. But let's go slow. Not slow like as in I'm gonna talk slow. I'm gonna try to talk faster and go through these faster. But I mean like not into like, well, we'll just take it as it goes. Here we go. Alright, so there was an active shooter inside the Target store in Cincinnati. And here's a little video about it. It's only a minute and a half.
Breaking that right now, we know
Just
one
one
person is dead after a overnight shooting in Over the Rhine. Good morning to you. I'm Lauren Miner.
I'm Dan Wells. It's happening on East 13th Street. Fox 19 Now reporter Morgan Parrish has been on scenes since about 3:30 this morning after it was first reported. Morgan, what have you learned?
Dan and Lauren, well, good morning to you both. We know that one person is dead following that shooting, and earlier we reported that another person was transported to the hospital, but we just spoke with police and they tell us that it was just one person that was actually shot. So the coroners out here, the investigators, the homicide unit, they are all back there on 13th Street beyond the caution tape where that shooting happened around 3:30 this morning. Now, 13th Street is blocked off, Walnut Street is blocked off, and now we're here on Vine. They actually moved us back about a couple hours ago, but again, police aren't giving us too many details about the shooting. It's still under investigation, and so we are still waiting to learn some more updates. But this happened in Over the Rhine, like I said, just before 3:30 this morning, and there's a few apartment buildings down there. There's some shops. We saw a corner store, we saw a hair salon, and like I said, just a few residential apartment buildings. And to put in context where we are right now, we're in OTR on the corner of Vine where the Lackman is, and also Venice. So again, we are still waiting on some more information, but to clear things up, nobody was transported to the hospital, but one person is shot and dead back on 13th Street. I'll send it back to you guys.
So, I came across it and I thought, hey, just show you it's a Target store in Cincinnati. Because it came up with within 7 minutes of while I was looking. So I was like, wow, that's I like breaking news because I can pray for people right when it happens. I love that fast, know it right now stuff. Okay, so that was Joseph Burrell. Do want to look and see about that book that he wrote on incrementally, getting control and stuff. You're very welcome, Spudsy. I like doing it. Now, this is a lot of smoke. A lot of black smoke. This is Ukraine. If you didn't notice by the Russian language. Okay, here's President Trump.
And you think it's the biggest issue to campaign on? I think it's one of the biggest scandals I've ever seen. And you don't.
Oh, before I play it, it's about Hunter Biden's laptop, and this wasn't something he said recently, but Hunter's laptop just came out in the news. All the things that the conspiracy theorists were saying, how his laptop was, got a bunch of stuff on it, and it was his laptop. It's coming out. It was his laptop. So I just thought I'd replay what Trump said, last year or whenever that was.
Leslie. And you think it's the biggest issue to campaign on? I think it's one of the biggest scandals I've ever seen, and you don't cover it. You want to talk about it?
Well, because it can't be verified.
You want to talk about insignificant things.
I'm telling you.
Of course it can be verified. Excuse me,
We
they found the
cannot
laptop. Leslie,
Can't
Leslie,
be verified.
what can't be verified?
The laptop.
Why do you say that?
Because
Even the
it's
family
verified.
hasn't, the family on the laptop, he's gone into hiding. For 5 days, he's gone into hiding.
He's preparing for your debate.
Oh, it's taken him 5 days to prepare? I doubt it. I doubt it. Okay,
All
go
right,
ahead.
all right. So let's get back to the name call.
Leslie,
Oh, so that was a 60 minutes interview back when Trump was, I think he was like getting ready to debate Biden for the presidency. And they brought out that Hunter Biden's laptop had really sick stuff on it and he's a meth head. So, you know, then and all the stuff that happened with Ukraine. That might be what he's talking about, is the stuff that happened with Ukraine. You know, like people were paid off and stuff. I think I had something else on this story somewhere. Maybe further on down. Yeah, because it's a story right now about the laptop. All right, Russia warns Bosnia. Russia officially warns Bosnia that it will face the same fate as Ukraine if it decides to be part of NATO. So I guess Bosnia is on the list of NATO people that want to be part of NATO. And they don't want them to be because they're probably right by the border too. They don't want all these countries being able to, bomb them. Yeah, at the time of this, it was like an active shooter. So I'm not going to get into all of that because it's just, like it was just one person. All right, Arnold Schwarzenegger releases a 9-minute video in which he expressed his love for the Russian people while telling their president, Vladimir Putin, to stop the war in Ukraine. So somewhere down here, I've got 2 minutes and 53 seconds of that 9-minute video.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for sharing your time with me. I'm sending this message through various different channels to reach my dear Russian friends and the Russian soldiers serving in Ukraine. I'm speaking to you today because there are things that are going on in the world that are being kept from you. Terrible things that you should know about.
Actor.
See, the world has turned against Russia because of its actions in Ukraine. Whole city blocks have been flattened by Russian artillery and bombs, including a children's hospital and a maternity hospital. 3 million Ukrainian refugees, mainly women, children, and elderly, fled their country, and many more are trying to seek to get out. It is a humanitarian crisis. You're also not being told the truth about the consequences of this war on Russia itself. I regret to tell you that thousands of Russian soldiers that have been killed. They have been caught between Ukrainians fighting for their homeland and the Russian leadership fighting for conquest. The Russian government has lied not only to the citizens, but to its soldiers. Some of the soldiers were told they were going to fight Nazis. Some were told that the Ukrainian people would greet them like heroes. And some were told that they were simply going on exercise. They didn't even know that they were going into war. And some were told that they were there to protect ethnic Russians in Ukraine. None of this is true. The fact is that Russian soldiers have faced fierce resistance from the Ukrainians who want to protect their families and their country. This is not the war to defend Russia that your grandfathers or your great-grandfathers fought. This is an illegal war. I ask you to help me spread the truth. Let your fellow Russians know the human catastrophe that is happening in Ukraine. And to President Putin, I say, you started this war. You're leading this war. You can stop this war. Now, let me close with a message to all of the Russians who have been protesting on the streets against the invasion of Ukraine. The world has seen your bravery. We know that you have suffered the consequences of your courage. You have been arrested, you have been jailed, and you have been beaten. You are my new heroes. You have the true heart of Russia. My dear Russian friends, may God bless you all.
What do you guys think of that, huh? I think you know my position on it. Oh, heroes. You know, again, like, what do you think that actor, and did you notice the outfit, by the way? What do you think that actor would do in front of President Putin? How do you think he would be acting then? So, I can't trust the actor as far as I could throw him. But what do you think of that outfit? Did you notice?
I regret to tell
What
you,
is this on
this
his
is in
jacket?
Ukraine. Whole city
He
blocks have
looks
been
like he's
flattened by
ready to
Russian
go into the
artillery and
Space
bombs,
Force or
including a
something.
children's
He's
hospital
probably sitting
and
on
a
a
maternity
planet or
hospital.
something right now, if that's
3
a
million
thing.
Ukrainian refugees,
Looking at
mainly
you
women,
poor
children, and
people
elderly,
down here on the
fled their
earth.
country, and many
Up in
more are
my
trying to seek to get
Elysium,
out. It is a humanitarian.
in my med bed. And they can't fix these puffy eyes, and my age. They can't fix me.
Crisis.
But
You're also not being told the
right
truth
here
about
on
the
his shirt,
consequences of this war
I
on
can't
Russia
tell what
itself.
that one's got on it. This is
I
American
regret to
flag. But that one, it looks like some sort of Space Force kind of thing. I can't really tell what it is, but I'm just curious what this jacket he's wearing is. And, he's got a lot going on in the background here. He's got himself pumped up to Arnold strength, bodybuilder Arnold, nice and huge in his background. So we have this image of him instead of this image of him. What else is over here? I wish I could zoom in on what he's got behind him. Some sort of awards. He's got a picture of him and someone maybe, or his parents, or him and his kid or something. He's got a mug. Looks like it might have a picture on it. He's got some sort of award here. All his awards. And a few books or something up here. Just wish I could see, what he's got around him. But it might even just be a movie set. Like, those are fake books. It's a fake award. It's, could be anything with actors. And what's this in front of him? A bunch of liquor? Is that like a liquor bottle? Maybe an apple? A glass or crystal apple on his desk, right in the front there. It's like, pay attention to your surroundings. Oh, or a pomegranate. Yeah. So it looks like he's ready to go to his Elysium. Maybe he's sitting in his Elysium home.
That's a movie set.
My daughter just said, that's a movie set.
No, it's a movie set. Like the way he's sitting in the camera.
Yeah, you're no dummy. Okay, this is, Air Force type stuff here. Seriousness. Boom. Here comes the plane that just dropped that bomb. And now watch. Boom. Seriously. That's insane, isn't it? Okay, this is Turkey. Turkey is in the picture a lot lately. I think Turkey might be on President Putin's side, maybe?
Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan is leading
Isn't
an opening
Turkey part of NATO still? I don't know. I'm not sure.
ceremony for the 1915 Çanakkale Bridge. Upon
Çanakkale.
completion, it became the longest and tallest
Longest
suspension
and
bridge
tallest in the
ceremony
world.
is being held on March 18 to
Suspension bridge. The ceremony is being held March the 18th. That's tomorrow.
The 107th anniversary of the Çanakkale naval victory. It was one of the most significant victories for the Ottoman Empire. The bridge joins
The
Lapseki to Gelibolu.
most significant naval victory in the Ottoman Empire. The anniversary, they're going to open up this bridge over the water that connects China, I think, and Asia.
The bridge joins Lapseki to Gelibolu over the Dardanelles Strait and cuts a lengthy travel time from Asia to Europe to just 6 minutes.
Asia to Europe.
The mega project is a masterpiece of engineering spanning over 4.6 kilometers in length with a middle span of over 2
Think
kilometers
Silk
between
Road.
islands and a height
Okay.
of 318 meters.
Think Silk
The galvanized
Road.
wires used to hold up the
Economic
structure measure a
power.
total length of 162,000
All the
kilometers,
industry, all
making it
the
long enough to run around the world
wealth,
4 times over.
all
The
the
foundation of the
goods,
project was laid in March
the
2017, and the project was expected to be finished in 2023,
Babylon,
but was
the
actually
rebuilding of
completed ahead
Babylon.
schedule
Notice
at a
how
total
he
cost of
mentions,
$3.1 billion.
sorry, I'm talking through it. I'll rewind it. Notice how he talks about the Ottoman Empire. That was one of the things of Daniel's vision, was these different empires. And the last empire, which is like a world government, okay, is going to be the one they're setting up for right now. This is why, you know, I was saying like Mystery Babylon, I think it's over there. But I had been saying that I think Mystery Babylon is the world. It's supposed to be like a revived Roman Empire, I think. I'm really not sure. I mean, just putting together the pieces of the puzzle that Daniel's vision, the statue was different empires, and what that actually meant was like a long time ago, basic things that I really couldn't comprehend yet. So I'm just now starting to comprehend, you know, this whole empire type like I don't know much about my history with these different empires and who was involved and who took over. I barely know things about World War II and how what we're going through right now is like a repeat of World War II, or, you know, people having a communist mentality. I don't have any care about that stuff. So I should care, and I should know that history is about to repeat itself and be able to, because anyone who, there's a saying someone said, like, those who don't know their history are doomed to repeat it. I don't want to be one of those, but it's like my whole spirit being wants to say my future is not of this world, and this is all temporary, and my mind is on things to come, and I like that. It's comforting to me. And where am I in this like whole thing. Why am I here to play my little part? Does my part have to know about war? Can't my part be to be in the garden and to teach people how to grow food, or you know, look into things of the heart or something like that? But right now, this is what I'm doing. In the future, I may not, be doing this, but
Structure
I'm doing it now.
measure a total length of 162,000 kilometers, making it long enough to run around the world 4 times over. The foundation of the project was laid in March 2017.
Wait.
Measure a total length of 162,000 kilometers, making it long enough to run around the world 4 times over. The foundation of the project was laid in March 2017, and the project was expected to be finished in 2023. Wow. But was actually completed ahead of schedule at a total cost of $3.1 billion.
Whoa. Isn't it beautiful? Oh, I'd probably go over that bridge once. Maybe not twice.
Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan is leading an open...
What kind of steel did they use? Did they use Chinese steel? I don't know if I'd want to go over that bridge or not. Especially with, like the shaking that's coming. You guys heard about the earthquake that happened yesterday in Japan? It only caused like a 3.5-foot wave, but it was a 7.5. That's pretty big on the Richter scale. Oh, look. This was a Ukrainian attack on Russian equipment, and it's just it looks like Twister, an F5 hit. Look at that. It's just like completely some of that stuff's like completely to the ground. Can't even know what it was. Don't that wind and stuff sound eerie? Ugh. Can't stand destruction and stuff. Oh. Remember yesterday when we played the video of this Zelensky guy? And I was like, is that CSTO on his shirt? Is that the see that? I thought it was NATO. People are saying that's an Iron Cross. They're saying it's this. And is that middle thing this like swastika? I can't tell. The Iron Cross was a military decoration in the Kingdom of Prussia, and later in the German Empire and Nazi Germany. King Frederick William III of Prussia established it on 17th of March 1813 during the Napoleonic Wars. The award was backdated to the birthday of his late wife, Queen Louise. The Iron Cross. So I'd like to learn more about this Iron Cross and what does that represent? I mean, I know it says Nazi Germany. I don't necessarily be like, oh, he's a Nazi. I'm not doing that, but I'm just curious. Is that a normal thing that people wear? I thought it was this, the NATO sign, because it's a lot of line. Let me show you NATO again. I thought it was this. It's definitely not that. So it's more like this. But what's in the middle of it? Let's look up Iron Cross right here. See what else could be in the middle of it. Because just taking one person's picture of it This one's got a W. This one's got a Nazi symbol. There's a good chance it's a swastika, right? This one's got a tree. (1914 to 1918). So, oh, this one's got a bunch of different somethings. 1939. So the Iron Cross, guys, is what that symbol is on a shirt, I'm supposing. There's a blue one. This one's got like an eagle over it. This one's red. Looks like he might be wearing a swastika. I don't know. Can't see up close enough. Doesn't really look like a swastika. Wonder if anybody else got a closer picture of that shirt. Zelensky shirt with Iron Cross. Wearing the shirt in a speech calling for the entire people to resist. Why is Zelensky wearing the Nazi Iron Cross? I can't tell with that one either. It doesn't look like a Nazi symbol though in the middle. Can't tell what it is, but it doesn't look like a swastika. Has the symbol caught your attention too? The mainstream media isn't giving up the image of Zelensky the saint, despite the inevitable evidence of American interference in deadly nuclear labs to destroy Russia, despite his criminal background activities. And so let's just say I don't trust the whole Zelensky-Ukraine narrative. I'm not suggesting at the same time Putin is a good guy, but as for Zelensky, we keep seeing really weird and creepy stuff leak out. Okay. Uh-oh. We got Zelensky in high heels here. Uh-oh. Ew. This is the guy who's your guys' hero? What? Did you see that? Like, he was butt crawling like a dog with like worms. Ew. Look what he's wearing. Does he think he's a girl? I was just like, put a ring on it. Put a ring on it. If you want to marry me, you better put a ring on it. Now he's got a pig. What's it? Is this the same video? What? A big fat guy. What is this? You guys. What is this? Ew. Looks really demented, right? Like satanic even. And gay. The way he's like, nah. Ew. Okay, I'm not going to subject you to any more of that. Now they're doing a dog pee dance. Did you see that one? They're peeing like a dog. Watch. See? Peeing like a dog. Ew. I can't stop watching because it's so It's so weird. He spanked another guy. Is he like into domination? Like he wants to put the social credit score on you and put you in the matrix, put you in the metaverse, and expose you to all sorts of music and Hollywood and hell and black goo. Do you see like all that blacks? This is the pillow guy. I never trusted that guy either. Is this just a commercial? I don't trust that guy. He wants you to go back to sleep. I think that's just a commercial. No, it's like half of the video. How strange. Okay, I don't know where I just went, but let's get back to the news, okay? That's a weirdo. I'm like fully, you are not my hero. You go put a ring on it with your boyfriend, boy. Ooh. Yeah. I'm like thinking, oh, maybe this has to do with something patriotic. Maybe this Iron Cross has something to do with Christianity. Okay, I'm done with that. I'm done with that guy. He can go die in a hole somewhere. Get right. Get right with Jesus, dude. You need to like really get on your knees for a different reason. Just like get you a Bible, get your head straight, and then get on your knees and humble yourself to God. Never humbling myself to you, sicko. You'll never be my hero. I can't believe any tax dollars went to that guy. Wow. Okay, here's another sicko, the president's son. Isn't this great, the world that we live in, guys? This is just great. We live in a world where we have a president who needs his butt wiped, and his son is doing meth and is drugged out and has little kids and things on video where he's in big trouble over that. Well, is there justice anymore? God's coming. He's coming. You guys are going to burn if you don't repent. You better repent. Okay, Hunter Biden's infamous laptop confirmed in the New York Times report. A comprehensive report about the ongoing federal probe into Hunter Biden's tax filings published by the New York Times on Wednesday night confirmed the existence of the first son's infamous laptop. They said that the public couldn't handle this, by the way, so I don't know what I'm getting into here. It was ditched at a repair shop. He went to go get it repaired, and then he never went back for it. So legally, the guy that was repairing it had, control over what happened to it. In October 2020, the Post exclusively reported on the contents of the laptop, and he ditched a Delaware repair that he ditched at the repair shop in April 2019. The laptop's hard drive contained a trove of emails, text messages, photos, and financial documents between Hunter Biden, his family, and business associates, detailing how the president's son used his political leverage in his overseas business dealings with Ukraine, by the way. The repair shop owner reported the laptop to the FBI, which seized the device and its hard drive. As part of their investigation into Hunter Biden, the Times reported federal prosecutors have looked into the emails between the first son, his former business associates that were recovered from the laptop. And the FBI had, this is what I heard, that the FBI had to take turns looking at the incriminating evidence, that it was so horrific that they couldn't even look at it for very long. It was that bad. The FBI had trouble looking at it. Some of the scrutinized correspondence was between Hunter Biden and Devon Archer, who had served with the first son on the board of Ukraine energy company Burisma, the report said. Archer, who was sentenced last month in an unrelated fraud case, has cooperated completely with the feds in their probe into Hunter Biden, the Post reported. He was sentenced last month in a fraud case. The guy who's coming out against him. Well, that figures. Probably go to jail and get off like Epstein before he can, testify against Hunter. What a name for this guy, Hunter. He hunts people. Okay. According to the Times, the emails between Hunter Biden, Archer, and others regarding their international business activity came from files the publication obtained that appears to have come from a laptop obtained by Mr. Biden in a Delaware repair shop. People familiar with the emails and investigation confirm their authenticity to the Times. The laptop confirmation was included in the Times report that also revealed how Hunter Biden paid off a tax liability of over $1 million a year after he announced he was under investigation for defrauding the IRS. Hunter Biden has been under investigation for failing to pay taxes since his father was vice president, but the inquiry broadened into 2018 to look into how his international business dealings intersected with President Biden's political career. So this doesn't really say it all, right? But what it does do is that it, confirms that the laptop was his. So the FBI, they better put this guy in jail or there's no more justice. All right, there was a landslide in Peru that buried at least 60 homes. I'm not sure if I have any video on this one. There might be some in here. Hope we can get a look at it. It's probably not very likely that somebody got it on video, but part of a hill collapsed in northern Peru on Tuesday, burying at least 60 homes. The government said, with harrowing images on social media showing whole apartment buildings being covered by the landslide. We estimate between 60 and 80 homes have been affected by the landslide. There are many people trapped. Manuel Lempen, the governor of Peruvian region of La Libertad, told news channel Canal N. There were no confirmed deaths as of Tuesday at noon. So that was 2 days ago. But rescue squads were on the scene searching for people, according to local media. Lempen did not explain the cause of the collapse, but said it had been in an area that is home to mining workers and not safe for the construction of homes. Peru has high rates of housing informality, with homes often built on the edges of rivers or on the sides of hills prone to landslides. So, these people lost loved ones this week. Lord be with them. All these families that are losing loved ones. Russia tells us we have the might to put you in your place as Turkey seeks a Putin-Zelensky meeting. So, Turkey is wanting Russia and Ukraine to come to an understanding. The Pope wants them to stop this war. And the Pope today is warning that if they don't stop, that nuclear war is, quote, imminent. Imminent. So we could die tonight, guys. Better get your heart right with Jesus, because he loves us and he wants us home with him. If anything, like that happened and just poof, you're in front of God on Judgment Day and you had the chance to, just humble yourself and ask Jesus in your heart and you didn't do it, you're going to look back on that and you're going to like forever have that regret. So this is, I'm going to have to mute the music. This is in Ukraine. Someone had died and they're all on their knees. I just thought this was profound. I don't blame these people here, and they're probably all caught up in their queer president, their put your ring on it boy. If they seen that video, they wouldn't call him a hero anymore. I would hope. I'll never call that guy a hero. So this was in Ukraine for their loved ones. They're all on their knees for a funeral. I've never seen that done before. Looks like they're all Catholic. I was like, what are they doing with their hands? I guess they're all Catholic. Well, not everybody's doing it. There's a group of them that were. I'm not going to say Catholicism is like evil or anything, but there's some things about it that are not biblical. I'm sure that a lot of, things about that are, it's hard to learn the truth about things, but just know you can tell Jesus directly your sins. You don't have to tell anybody else. It's okay to, confess your sins to each other. The Bible does talk about that. Because then you're like accountable, like to someone. Someone can be like, oh, do you want to testify about what you went through? And you'd be like, yeah. Because you defeat the Antichrist by the blood of the Lamb, the word of your testimony, and loving not your life unto death. That's how you defeat the Antichrist. So keep telling your testimony and keep repenting directly to Jesus, because he's right there, right in the room with you. You don't need a priest. Responding to Syria's intention to send mercenaries to help Russia, the Ukrainian Defense Ministry stated that the Kremlin wants to engage Syrian troops of the Assad regime in the war against Ukraine. If they freeze, our military will warm them up. Great. Just great. 40,000 mercenaries from Syria who've been trained by the United States, I'd say, right? Sent to Russia. Plus there's jihadis. They've already said jihadis are, Russia's using jihadis to come in to kill Ukrainians. They got the Chechens. I don't know what all they got. How many different groups. Who knows? They might even have Hezbollah. If you think about it, Russia to ask for Lebanon help in Ukraine war. Let's just look, right? Like, you never know unless you ask Google. Well, they asked for help from China, okay? So we know China is actually going to help them. Probably already are, because that was 2 days ago. But that's not what I asked. Lebanon condemns Russian invasion of Ukraine. Okay. So maybe Hezbollah's not part of that. So maybe Hezbollah's on Ukraine's side. Let's find out. Lebanon supports Ukraine. Let's just see. The first Arab country to support Ukraine. What do you know? So we are going to have Chechens and Syrians against some Hezbollah. How about that? You know, turn it into a holy war. Isn't that what they're calling it? I saw a picture of that. They were calling it a holy war. So this could be like the new brotherhood deal. Isn't that what they were calling them too? Russia was saying that. You're our brothers. You're our brothers. So this is the new brotherhood war, maybe. I'm just thinking. Am I driving you guys crazy yet with my thinking? What is it, Sputsy? What's going on? Oh, beautiful blue sky. Your skies are white. I'm sorry. My skies are blue with cute little puffy clouds today. It's a gorgeous day outside. Oh, I can't wait to start getting into my garden. You know, I love these times with you guys, but I am going to spend a lot of time in my garden this year. I can't wait. If I can figure out how to use the cell phone, I can do some live streaming out there. I'm not sure how the signal's gonna work like that. I guess it would be okay as long as I have cell phone. Cell phone. I wouldn't be able to throw my cell phone in the creek. Oh. Hey, what about my tablet? Could I use my tablet? The Wi-Fi? In the garden? As long as I'm getting Wi-Fi and I'm able to stay live? Or is that considered an Android too? I'm not sure if I can live stream until I get like 1,000 people. There might be a way. I'll have to look into that. All right, so I was on a train of thought here. Oh, Spudsy, I pray that the skies clear up for you in Jesus' name. You know, because Jesus is the calmer of the storms, so he controls the skies. Oh yeah, there's an idea, Spudsy. Midday says you can imagine the sky in heaven. Yeah, I can't wait for that. Yeah, thinking about heaven keeps me going too, Midday. Oh yeah, Spudsy. The sun is like always, especially in the evening, it's chemtrailed to death. Like it's just like a thick, you know, where say 15 years ago, the sky here where I am, blue most of the time. If it had puffy clouds like today, that could be normal for this time of year. But for it to be overcast and the sun not to peek through at some point during the day, wherever you are, there should be breakthrough and sun come in all year round, except for maybe 1 or 2 days a year. Now it's like that could happen 2 months or 3 months out of the year sporadically. Like, you know, a fourth of the year having a day where there's no breakthrough of the sun. That it's happening so often now. It's disgusting. It's one of the biggest thing that gets me enraged at these people that are just evil. They're just evil. Let's see. That was February 28th. Ukrainian ambassador was thanking the Lebanese people for support about something. I mean, they've been at war for 8 years. So they were getting support from the Lebanese people since then. But yeah, they're the first Arab country to support Ukraine. The nuclear agreement is about to get to a close, guys. They're about to come to terms. Their terms. So my question on the Iranian thing, let me tweet this one out first. This one's 58 seconds, because this was just yesterday. Let's see what it says. It's only a minute.
Зараз ми з вами у Бейруті біля одного з найкращих ліванських музеїв Сурсо. І як ви бачите, на знак солідарності з Україною він...
So let me grab an article real quick so I can tweet this. Lebanon's position on Ukraine. This was a little less than a month ago. Wow, so it's not even in English anywhere, huh? Amazing, right? Like, we just happened on that news, didn't we? So they just start talking about the Ukrainian or the Iranian nuke deal. The war in Ukraine will overshadow the still incomplete economic recovery from the pandemic. You know, this should be top news right here. Lebanon, the first Arab country to support Ukraine and condemn Russia's military invasion. I'm going to have to, because this was just hours ago. On the 16th, yesterday. There's more videos. Is there anything in English? Oh boy. See how it goes sometimes. Alright. Ukraine. Palestine discussed as Arab League FMs meet. That's not what I want. I just want this, like, Lebanon, the first Arab country to support Ukraine. I kind of have that already. Okay, I want this to be today. I don't see it anywhere. They're probably keeping it quiet if Hezbollah's gonna help Ukraine. They would never let that go, would they? I don't know. So there was a tweet though. I promise you. Maybe I will. Let's add that to bookmark bar. I'll try to get back to that sometime because it'll be on my mind because I think that they're getting ready for the Antichrist, okay? And the first horse to ride is the white horse, the conquering horse. And the Antichrist, I believe, is the rider of the white horse. And the Antichrist will be from Iraq-Iran border, from what I was taught when I was a kid, okay? So this guy, he's going to be a Muslim, right? And he's going to have the Antichrist army, which I think will be mostly Muslims, and they behead people. So having them positioned right now for the riding of the actual horses, because I believe all that we're seeing now with the horses are shadows of things to come, it would make sense that they would be positioning different Muslim groups around the bringing in of the mark of the beast, which is the digital system, the social credit score, the DIIA app, possibly. But we need to look more into this app to see who made it. You know, it's been around 2 years. We learned that today. This stuff
Have we made it?
Really interests me. A ceasefire in Ukraine appears unlikely as Russia's military strikes continue. Well, yeah. I don't know if I want to listen to this, but it'll give me a little break anyway. Let's listen to it. Kremlin says reports of major progress in Ukraine talks are wrong.
Any progress? Ukraine saying not really, and the reports that indicate that we have, Russia says that's wrong.
Yeah, and Jonathan, if you look also at the major developments that we've had over the past 24 hours, nothing has really changed on the ground either. We know that yesterday, Mariupol, this is a city that connects Crimea, that is now, of course, territory of the Russian Federation, which Ukraine disputes, and is connected to the Donbass. For the Russians, is key to get control of the city. It was shelled again yesterday. The invasion continues. We've seen the bombings continue pretty much on an everyday basis. The ceasefire, which Ukraine says is the #1 condition before talks begin, is really not happening. So I would say, have we made any progress? No. Are we going to make any progress in the next 24 hours? The key is the ceasefire here. For the Ukrainians, have made it very clear we can talk about many things, but for as long as Russia continues to bomb our cities, there's nothing we can do about it. And we're not going to engage in anything that could look like neutral status if it means that we continue to get bombed on a daily basis.
Who's winning? And I say this realizing that no one is winning right now.
Exactly.
But if we take a look at the conflict, some people are saying Russia is losing. Is that accurate?
It is in many ways, and that's pretty obvious to see. This was an invasion that is now going on into day 22. It is costing a lot of money for the Russian Federation. The Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, has essentially, and I never use this language, but he's essentially wrecked this country's economy over the past 2 weeks, and they haven't taken the main goals. Remember, Lisa, they said it very clearly. They wanted to take the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv, that is still in the control.
Sorry to cut her off for a second. Notice when I play these videos, and maybe when we look back on these videos, the bombs show up. But like today, we saw an actual plane, right? Came over, dropped a bomb, then it got shot at, and then it went to the ground, and then they lost it. They're saying that all these... Okay, I've seen several helicopters get, downed. I've not seen any other, like, bomber jets or anything like that get knocked down, but they're saying that there are some. Plenty of tanks, plenty of, weapons that you could use to, cause all this destruction with tanks and stuff. Maybe a cruise missile that came from the ocean that they were saying that was a cruise missile. But a lot of the footage that I've seen where the destruction is happening, they're not showing the tank, well, some of the tanks, but the other stuff. In other words, I've seen a lot of footage where you see the smoke, but you don't see a lot of the impact. There was a guy on the sidewalk that was just boom, didn't see where it was coming from. I mean, not that you're going to in every video or anything. I'm just trying to calculate in my mind and be aware of the, the reason that made my mind start doing this was that building where it was like the impact of which I know there's like things where they can shoot into a building and then it blows up and then the stuff would come out the window. But you didn't see it go in, but it could have gone in through a different angle or something. I don't know. Just my mind is like all the time thinking that I'm being lied to, so I can't help but be skeptical and be aware and be watching for certain things like that.
Of the Ukrainian government, they're still fighting for Mariupol, and this is terrible for civilians, but this is still very much a military target they've not been able to accomplish. And a lot of the spaces and the places in which they've made big advances, they're all in eastern Ukraine. But when you look at the west, this is still under the government of President Zelensky. So this military operation that Vladimir Putin would be, or promised it would be covered in glory and they could do in 3 to 4 days, is clearly now turning into something that is very messy, but also very expensive for the Russian Federation.
Well, that's a given, right? I don't know. What did you guys get out of that? I don't get much out of it when I'm so skeptical too. All right, here's a tank and it's shooting. Super heavy caliber artillery is used. Work of the heavy artillery installation Malka 203 mm on the position of the armed forces of Ukraine in the area of Kharkiv. Massive. What are they shooting at? This video's not going to tell us what they're shooting at. That's kind of sucks. Okay, the North Pole, Greenland, it's heating up. 50 degrees above normal. That's massive. See that? This is Greenland. Okay. So, something's going on there. Something's heating that up right there. 50 degrees above normal. Okay, highlighted are the countries that still require a vaccine to leave the country. Looks like Canada's all alone. Uh-oh. That's right above us, right? Hope we don't think Trudeau's a hero. That's a Nazi lover too. Like, he signs Nazi flags, he hangs out with Nazis. All right, this guy here, he was right. Johnson & Johnson used this. And I'm not going to say that, but it has that inside the you-know-what. And the Vatican permitted it. They knew about it. So I can't really say that on the air. Okay, this above, you got friends in Greenland. That's nice. Trump wanted to buy Greenland. Ukrainian authorities claim that 4 top Russian generals have been killed since the start of the conflict. And this tells,
killed near the eastern city of Kharkiv. He was the chief of staff of Russia's 41st Combined Army. A war veteran, Gerasimov played a key role in the Second Chechen War, Russia's military operations in Syria, and Russia's annexation of Crimea in 2014. Major General Andrei Kolesnikov of the 29th Combined Army was reportedly killed while fighting over Mariupol on March 11. His death reportedly came 4 days after the killing of Major General Vitaly Gerasimov. Previously, Kolesnikov was the chief of staff of the 4th Guards Tank Division, members of which were involved in the Second Chechen War and in Kosovo. The most senior Russian figure to have died in the conflict so far is Major General Andrei Sukovetsky. He was reportedly killed by a sniper during a special operation in Ukraine. Russian media carried reports of his death, and President Vladimir Putin confirmed in a speech that a general had died in Ukraine.
So they're just telling some of the major people, generals and stuff, that have died. So if you can't get an abortion in the United States under a certain state, Citigroup will agree to pay for its employees' travel expenses so they can get one out of state. They just want to make it easy for you to, I'm not going to advertise it or anything. I'm saying it's wrong. But they support it. My report from Western Ukraine city of Ravine. Okay, Ravine is going to become like Kyiv or Lviv. It's next on the chopping block. So Ravine, you're going to start hearing that in the news more because it's next.
Sifting through the rubble under the Rivne TV mast.
Or now.
Some 20 bodies were found.
This whole country is going to be just demolished, isn't it?
After visiting the site, the regional governor promised to restore the signal within 2 days and praised the rescue workers.
They did all they could. The hit was at 5:22 a.m. and the first team arrived at 5:27 a.m.
Under the TV studios in the city centre, a basement used to store old equipment is now a bomb shelter. Rivne itself has not been hit, but sirens go off daily.
We've had to interrupt the news mid-bulletin 2 or 3 times because of the sirens. When we hear them when we are at work, we always go to the shelter. But after what happened on Monday, we're even more careful. We try to run down here even quicker. It's no accident that they hit the TV tower because they are always trying to remove people's access to information.
Yep.
The shelter is also used by local residents, among them Oleg.
On Monday morning, the TV signal disappeared.
Once the air raid warning is lifted, he invites us to his home to show us.
Not a single channel's working. In the villages, they're really worried. Suddenly there's no news at a time when people really want to know what's going on.
In town, people can access TV via cable or the internet. Tetiana, freshly back from the bomb shelter, gets ready for her bulletin.
We followed the news from down there, and thank God nothing happened.
She says she has no plans to leave.
I feel that I'm needed here. That's one of the reasons I'm staying. But it's also because I don't want to leave my hometown.
The news, though, features an item about a local man with a fleet of minibuses that he's been using to drive people to Poland, a destination that's on everyone's mind.
Oh gosh, can you imagine? Wow, 1,600
So far, attacks
people?
on Western Ukraine have targeted only critical infrastructure and military bases. But everyone here is wondering whether it will stay that way.
He evacuated 1,690 people, guys.
Sifting through the rubble.
in a minibus. That probably took about 1,000 trips, right? Or 800 trips. I'd be scared. Okay, we got a Karen here. Just wanted to share. I'm going to have to read you what she says. These are not my words, and I give a warning. The narrative is probably not what YouTube wants, according to The Who. It's just her, like saying these things, okay? She says, this may sound ridiculous. This may sound ridiculous to you, but do you know what really is?
Das mag Ihnen jetzt vielleicht lächerlich vorkommen, aber wissen Sie, was wirklich lächerlich ist?
If you and your friends of freedom would just have gotten the V.
Wenn Sie und Ihre Freundinnen der Freiheit sich einfach hätten impfen lassen, als die meisten von uns.
When most of us were as sensible to make
so
this simple step
und diesen einfachen Schritt gegangen sind,
then I would be free by now.
Dann wäre ich jetzt wieder frei. Das mag Ihnen.
She thinks that she's going to be free. Isn't this ridiculous? And this is ridiculous. I'd be free right now if it wasn't for you. You should have got your B. Then I could really be free, when really you're going into slavery and you don't even know it. Footages show Iran Navy was less than a mile away when the UAE ship carrying expensive luxury cars was sinking. So the Iranians in the Navy ship, they saved the UAE people that were transporting these luxury cars. But by cars, and it kind of looks like the Titanic, doesn't it? Like going down. Like, that's how I feel right now. Like, especially when they play the music and everything in Ukraine, it's like they're just lullabying you while everything burns. That's how I feel about the world. It's like burning and people don't care and they're just playing music. It's lovely though. That looks like two big black wings, one that way and one that way. I don't know if they'll show it again. Just caught it out of my eye. Like a big fallen angel. He sounds like he's from Russian, doesn't he? Right there. See? I don't know. It's just my eyeballs. My conspiracy mind. You know the fallen angels are loving this war. They're loving all this black smoke and destruction, and it's like hell on earth. They're like yipping and yapping. Yay! Death, destruction, steal, kill, greed, war, hell. Okay, here's that picture I was telling you about midday. Okay, so the right side is Beirut, Lebanon. The left side is Kharkov, Ukraine. Really? One more time. Look. There's a truck. There's a truck. Look. Same truck. Same brown box. Same white box. Same ribbed window or whatever that is, garage. This one's a little bit of a closer view. There's a line there and a big line there. There's a little line there and a big line there. The snow, look, it looks like a little L, big S, big S. It's the same picture. See that? That building, same. Same green hill, same deep cavern looking area, same bridge right here, All this, I don't know, it looks like toilet paper from this distance, but, you know, pieces of roof or whatever. Right here's 3, right here's 3. See, it's the same picture. This one's from Beirut. This one's from Ukraine. So this is why I have, you know, I can't believe what I'm seeing. I can't. Oh, Biden called Putin a war criminal. I heard him do it. That's just an article, but there's a video that shows it. I'm not sure if I have it on today. I was just reminded of that. China successfully launches the new Yogan 3402 remote sensing. What the heck is a remote sensing satellite? Can we find out, or does anybody in the chat room know what a remote sensing satellite is? Satellite remote sensing. The goal of the satellite remote sensing group is to apply remote sensing techniques to satellite data to further knowledge of sea surface temperature, air-sea interaction, winds, and water vapor. The satellite group uses a suite of geostationary and polar orbiting satellites data from NOAA, DMSP, and NASA environmental satellites to gain a fundamental understanding of the atmosphere, the ocean, and air-sea interface. So, would this satellite do anything new? Furthermore, technological evolution of the industry in the form of incorporation of the Internet of Things. What do you know? It's all connected. Technology and nanotechnology for environmental monitoring products and use of unmanned aerial vehicles, drones, for remote environmental sensing. Why is remote sensing important? Analyzing the condition of rural roads, creating a base map for visual reference, computing snowpack, collecting Earth's pictures from space, controlling forest fires, detecting land use and land cover, estimating forest supplies, whatever that means, locating construction and building alteration, spying. What is remote sensing examples? Deep learning is a machine learning technique that seeks to teach computers by example, employing artificial neural from different features at multiple levels of abstraction. Remote sensing has historically been conducted by hand using photogrammetry. Kenton County was among the first to procure 3D hydrography. Laser and radar altimeters allowing imagery and data collection in all weather conditions. Light detection and ranging technology allow three-dimensional study of the object or area. Multispectral and hyperspectral imaging provides very high-resolution data. Conventional radar. So pretty much like taking photos and video of the planet, the atmosphere, the oceans, and some sort of connection to the Internet of Things. And I'm not sure what all this thing's going to be able to do, but there was something probably 6 or 7 years ago where they got like 3D imaging, and I'm going to say they because I don't really know who it was, but maybe China wants to just do it now, separate from being connected to these remote sensing type things that they don't want to rely on other people. In other words, maybe Russia has it, maybe, and we just tap in and use it, or who knows? I'm just guessing. But before, when I looked this up, I was wondering about the land rights, like, what's under the earth. When you buy a property, you have rights to, what's under your feet, and you can sell those rights or whatever to let them mine on your property or something. So I was just looking into it, and I came across these, I guess they were satellites, and they could look into the earth. They could look into the ocean. They could look, they were doing like a whole map of the whole, and I go like this because most people think the earth is a ball. So they do like the imagery of the whole earth, and just to see what's down there, what's under the stuff, and penetrate it with different types of radar that they could, ping on gold or ping on silver, know if there was a big, cache of stuff that they're going to mine for oil or whatever. Instead of drilling for oil, maybe, by having different types of frequencies and radars, and I'm not sure how it all works, but China's didn't do something, and I don't know what, and it's called remote sensing satellite, if you're interested in that sort of thing. All right, they're saying that there's good news for Mariupol, that's in Ukraine. The drama center is intact. Remember yesterday we were told it got bombed and there was 100 people inside. Well, there was, but no one got hurt. But they sure made everybody think that they were. Okay, here is somebody that, this is kind of sick, actually. I went to the store, was it yesterday? And I was just noticing, the price of sugar, and like, because they were saying how it was going to go up and stuff. Well, in Ukraine, they know that they're being, cut off from some of the importing of goods and things. Same with Russia. Can you imagine the stores in Russia with products that they know they're not going to get anymore? This is what could happen, okay? This is just mild compared to what could happen. But this person with the camera, you're not going to believe. They're laughing. Sugar in that cart. Я вот с работы пришла поржать. У меня дома я 2 килограмма не могу купить. Oh, that little lady there didn't get any. She's a little lady. Oh. One more time.
Да, интересно.
Я вот с работы пришла поржать. У меня дома я 2 килограмма не могу купить. She's being shoved. I don't know. I mean, it's really pitiful. I remember one time that there was a whole bunch of people, and I'm not gonna tell like what race it was or anything, but if I say that, then you would know. Okay, I better say just this. Okay, I'm being careful what I say here because I'm not racist whatsoever. Not that I know of. If I have a racial bone in my body, it's just because like white people, which is my own race, they could be doing something that only white people do, but I don't think that's the case. I think everybody is just, I don't know. I better just like leave that alone. Anyway, I was getting some clothes, and I was like, she was like, mine. I was like, oh, okay. And I went to like the next box, and they were humongous boxes, like 4.5 feet wide by 4.5 feet wide boxes, and just deep, like probably 4 or 5 feet deep. Maybe 3 to 4 feet deep. And just they were having a sale on all these clothes, and just like it was a great deal, but every time I would go to a box, they'd be like, mine. And like that little lady right there, she didn't even get 1 bag of sugar, and people were getting like 5 and 6 bags of sugar, and it's 1 cart. And it just, I don't know. I guess if I could encourage people to just think of others, I don't know. There should be a store manager there or a sign on it saying 1 or 2 is the limit. We've only got so many, please be considerate of others and just take, just 1 or 2. Instead of like 4 and 5, and you got like 50 people and a half a cart of sugar. And also, I was wondering when I saw this, what all can you make with sugar? Like bread, and I guess bread is like a staple, so you would need a little bit of sugar or a little bit of honey to make a cake or to make. But during a time where you're starving and all of that, sugar's not really a good idea. If it was me, I'd be going for the flour, where you make, flatbreads and stuff that don't have yeast or things that don't need sugar. Because sugar, it might be calories, but it's the wrong kind of calories. You want some sort of fruit or some sort of vegetable with those types of things. I don't think vegetables have fruit type calories in it, but you know what I'm saying. Get your fruit, get your things like that, dehydrate it if you can, like banana chips or something like that you can suck on during a time of you need something tasty like sugar. Have some dried banana chips or dried cherries or something like that prepped. This was interesting. Israel is sending huge amounts of stuff for hospitals to Ukraine. That kind of touched me, that instead of weapons, Israel's sending over, I mean, maybe they send weapons too, but it just touched me. I don't know. 16 tons of equipment for Israel Field Hospital in Ukraine arrives at the Ben Gurion Airport. Something interesting about the Ben Gurion Airport, there's a prophecy in the Bible that talks about how they'll come in by air or something, and that strip of airport is in the exact place where the Bible talks about that. Okay, these guys, I can't understand. They aren't speaking English. I'll have to read it. Belarusians, this is the one where Putin was threatening, if you don't I don't know, stop or something, that you'll become like Ukraine. And these guys are given a real puffed up message. We Belarusians, members of the anti-Lukashenko pro-democracy resistance, joined all our forces to resist Russian aggression, and our Belarusian battalion will defend Kyiv with our lives. So they're really tough guys.
Дозволяє нам сказати сьогодні усім білорусам, що ми формуємо особний білоруський батальйон ім'я Костуся Калиновського. Усі бойові групи, де є білоруси, виказали згоду приєднатися до формування батальйону. Білоруси готові обороняти Київ. Ми чекаємо на вас. Увесь час проводимо навчання. Формуємо бойові групи на місці. Кожен займається задачами по своїх здольностях. Приєднатися до нас можна в розмобілізаційний центр у Варшаві. Живе Білорусь! Живе вічно!
I just wish they'd stop being like that and just get along, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're going to go into World War III. Canadian famous sniper, his nickname's Wally, assassinated by Russian intelligence service in Ukraine, and they just protected his identity. He's one of these snipers right here. He got killed by Russia, a famous sniper named Wally. Just thought I'd put that in there because Canada somehow is getting assassinated by Russian intelligence in Ukraine. How is that possible if we haven't gone in yet? Right? Anybody? Make sense? Are we in? Are we out? Is NATO going in? Is NATO at the border? Well, how did they kill a sniper in Ukraine? Third story I've heard that they're in there, but supposedly we haven't gone in yet. There was a story that did come out, and I like this guy. It's Desert Farm, Arizona. I always forget the name of his channel. So, shoot. I don't see it. Anyway, it's something like that name. And it was saying that they've been called up. Was that the word? Let's see if I can see it here. There it is. Off-grid. Activates, that was the word. Off-grid desert farming with Paul and Adrian. NATO activates over 300,000 troops to fight Russia and send peacekeepers into Ukraine. So that would make sense if they're in there, but I mean, this was from 8 hours ago. This was yesterday, so maybe they're in there now. I wasn't sure if activate meant in there, but there should be more news stories. Maybe there are, and I'm just not, maybe I've just not seen it. I am sorry, I've not been reading the chat room. You'll own nothing and like it. That's right, Segway. That's what they tell us. Like there's not enough bad going on for real. Been looking at some of these fake videos on another channel. Very interesting. Yeah, I've seen definitely 2 or 3 for sure that are definitely. That one today was like icing on the cake. I was just like, right, there's proof right there. Yes, Segway famous swabs. Yeah, Schwab. I think it's they who will like it. I never thought I'd see a time such as this. I know, Sputsy, it's really sad. Dried fruits and nuts, rice in bag and freezer was said to last around 20 to 25 years uncooked. Oh, well, mine's not in a bag. I mean, mine's not in the freezer. I hope it lasts a good long time. I didn't open the bag. Wally, how original. Yeah. Wally the Sniper. Okay, did you know that Putin was nominated for the Nobel Prize in Medicine for eradicating the, you know what? I didn't know this. Purim Shapil, Putin nominated for Nobel Prize in Medicine for eradicating COVID-19. The following is a satirical article from the Jerusalem Post annual. Oh, it's satirical. The Jerusalem Roast instead of the Jerusalem Post. Enjoy. Chairs a meeting with members of the Security Council via a video link at the Kremlin. So there's some fake news. Putin won the Pulitzer Prize or the Nobel Prize for eradicating COVID. Oh, I get it, because of the war. So he starts a war and everybody stops talking about the you-know-what. Got it. And then that makes sense with Pelosi, and they were asking her questions. I think I have that one. Let me find it. Pelosi was asked a question about the COVID, and she's like, not with the war going on. Let's not talk about the COVID anymore. If I can find it. Here's Joe Biden calling Russia the war criminal.
Oh, I think he is a war criminal. Will you be meeting with us? Oh, I think he is a war criminal. Will you be meeting with us?
I think he is a war criminal. Well, where's Pelosi? I was watching it earlier. I don't know if I got it. Come on. So, oh, this guy. Oh my gosh, you guys, this is funny. You want to see this? Ready? You're gonna laugh.
I'm the proof when I'm in a booth. Spitting on the mic. Anti-vax. Putin hates all of them blacks. Putin is a bad racist. Put him in the ground, white or brown. And I'm in Plano town. And you know you just got found. I'm a pimp on a blimp. Unless a stack of shrimp. No, you can't stop my shine. I'm number 99. And you know I grind and shine. And you know I do it on the grind. One more time, I'm teaching class. This is your whole path. Zelensky is a VIP. Ukraine and I go insane. Put a bullet in Putin's brain. You know that is the plan. I'm a Zelensky stan. I love you, Vladimir Zelensky. You are so smart. What's that smell? Did somebody fire? No way. What can you say? Vaccinate me straight or gay. I love you, and I love to rhyme and grind all the time. And you got that sanitizer, and you know I got that Pfizer. You know I stick it in my vein. Put a bullet in Putin's brain. Do it for the Ukraine. Before I go insane, let me antibacterial my body at the party. Sipping Bacardi, you know the flow. And I am a pimp, cause I am on the blimp. Eating lots of steak and shrimp. One more time, I'm 99. And you know I grind and shine. Gas price is way too high. Vladimir Putin needs to die. Gas price is way too high. Vladimir needs to die. I'm the truth in the booth. Take my picture. I'm a winner. I'ma eat you for dinner. Okay.
You want to go to?
I just want to say, I love you. We need to take out Vladimir Putin, like Lindsey Graham said. Thank you, Mayor Mullins. I appreciate the time. Peace. God bless you all. Primetime Stein on Instagram. Thank you.
We got you down. We got you down.
The next.
This was at the Plano City of Excellence. You know, you get your 3 minutes, and that's what he did with this. Oh my gosh. If everybody could just chill out and do something like that and get the truth out whatever creative way you can. Here's something else. Gain of function. Where is this guy? Where's this guy? He's transforming. Transhumanism. It's part lizard, part artificial intelligence, part I don't know. Poor guy. All right. Fauci the devil. Let's see. All right. So I'm right here. Putin claims the United States has a network of coronavirus biowarfare labs in Ukraine. They are now trying to sweep up the traces of these secret programs. I think this is a lot like of what the war is about. I'm not positive. Might be putting me back inside the box, back in the onion, into a deeper level of the onion. But you know, these labs were holding level, I think it was 4, level 4 bioweapons. They listed them off somewhere the other day. I was reading about it. A lot of those places got on fire. They torched those places. So we don't know what they've got. But, you know, we don't live in fear. One day we'll find out probably. 4 dead. thousands without power after the earthquake in Japan yesterday. So they're in the dark. I'm not sure if they're still in the dark. Let's just check. Make sure. See if they're still in the dark. Anytime. Past day. There was a tsunami warning. It only was 3.5 feet. Okay, this is saying 4 deaths. Thousands without power 15 hours ago. Do we have anything recent? 9 hours ago. Doesn't really say. Left without power. Still without power. So they're still without power. Looks like. And there's nothing saying they got their power back. And looks like they cut parts of the power. Cut power to parts of Tokyo. Oh. Strong earthquake jolts northern Japan, cuts the power to parts of Tokyo, so the ground shifting maybe severed something. I don't know. But they're without power still. Thousands. Russia loses over 13,800 people and 84 aircraft, 108 helicopters, 430 tanks since the start of the invasion. 13,800 people are dead from the Russia side. That's how many people died within 8 years of the Ukraine war. Right? It was 14,000. So they're getting really close to the same amount that died in 8 years in just 2 months. This is saying Mariupol this morning. I'm not sure if this is graphic. So just close your eyes if you want to. So I'm just not sure. This is on Instagram. Okay. There's a building. What's that? Some artillery shell or something? Imagine that thing just hitting you in the head. It's in Mariupol. Kind of looks like Iraq or something, doesn't it? Okay, so that's that one. The British government had come good in the end.
You must be thrilled and delighted to know that 2 Brits are home, but still one who needs to come home. What can Labour do to try to help make sure that happens?
Well, absolutely thrilled. I think it's so lovely, isn't it, to wake up this morning to some good news. We've not had much good news of late, and this really is a story that we've all closely followed. Those of us in Parliament have closely followed as well, because Tulip Sadiq has continually raised it in Parliament as well. So absolutely thrilled to hear this news this morning, and I want to pay tribute to Richard Radcliffe for all his dogged and determined campaigning over the years, and the British government have come good in the end, although it has taken a very, very long time and perhaps didn't need to take so long at all.
I'm not sure what that was talking about. Says she's thrilled with Nazanin Zaghari Ratcliffe and Ushari have returned to the UK. Oh, okay. They got home. Okay, good. Glad they're home safe. All right, so you know yesterday there was a 6-point something in Iran. I was wondering if it was near a nuclear power plant, and it was. So there was an underground nuclear test. And so they had a 6 earthquake in Iran yesterday.
You must.
All right, in recent weeks, this is about Iran. Congress Republicans urged the administration to share the details of the agreements for review, and some suggested it should be ratified as a treaty by 2/3 of the Senate, saying we've made significant progress. We're close to a possible deal, but we're not there yet. You know, something else I was thinking about, these deals that they're making. What are they giving up? Or what are they giving into? Right? Because are we going to know? Probably not. But what could be on the table? And to end a war? Or to... Like what happened when they did the nuclear deal the first time? They gave them like billions of cash. And then there was like nothing in return. Like, oh no, we won't make a nuclear weapon. Now they're still making a nuclear weapon. So it's just like we're giving them stuff for free. So we're just giving them stuff. And where's all this money coming from anyway? I just don't get it. I don't get it. I guess I'm still in the box. The IDF and Israeli police thwarted the smuggling of 37 weapons and drugs worth an estimated $2.5 million in the Arava region of the southern Israel. So they're catching people with weapons. They're not supposed to be having weapons. But the criminals always get guns. Brazil's central bank raises benchmark interest rate to 11.75. We're going to keep seeing an increase in everything. Just be ready. Be ready just to stomach the gouge of... I read somewhere that Americans are spending an extra, it was like $296. So basically $300 a month more than they were this time, say last year, just to be easy about it. I'd say we're spending more like $600 if you go back a year, actually. It's probably more like a 6-month period or something. We're spending $300 more. At least that's more like what I'm noticing. Biden admin provides Ukraine with 100 killer drones. So we are sending them 100 killer drones. Look at the size of that thing. That's like a jet. That's like huge. It's gigantic. Alright. Well, this was weird. Okay, everybody was clapping. I didn't get to see the clapping and all of that yesterday morning when my video just got cut off right at the end of his speech. I saw the clapping, but then I didn't see the, I didn't get to see this part. So everyone's clapping, but you know who Marjorie Taylor Greene is? She's not clapping. I think it's funny. They're like, glory to Ukraine. See it right here on the right? Oh, I'll play it again. They're treating him like some god. They're probably visualizing that video of him hiking his leg and stuff, like getting off on it, these weird leaders. Not her, though. She's probably seen the video. Glory to Ukraine and glory to that fag. Sorry. Not sorry. All right. This was again about the UAE ship with the bunch of cars on it. It was near the Iranian Asaluya port. All right. Russian forces kill 53 people in northern Ukrainian city of Chernihiv. Okay. Okay, so I think it was, okay, because this is 12 hours ago. This must have been right after he addressed the United States. He addresses Zelensky. I mean, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. I was thinking about that video, like, I wonder if I tweeted that video, because I know I got it on my video and everything, but I'd like to get, like, a copy of it with the music and everything, just to play for fun for later, because it's just like that Who leader guy that we're all listening to get the you-know-what. And he does this weird dance in some really, I'll say fancy girly like clothes. And you just can't get that mental image out of your head that this is the people that we call leaders and the people we call heroes and the people that we're listening to about our own bodies and about war, and it's crazy. I'm not going to play this whole thing. It's 14. Plus, I think it's in German. I'm pretty sure it's in Ukrainian and then in German. Yeah. I wonder if he plays the same video. Like, he probably is wearing the same shirt, you think? Let's look. No, it's a different shirt? Yeah, because it was like a t-shirt. Maybe he put a nice shirt over top of it because he has more respect for these people. Germans. So he's wearing a nice fancy shirt instead of just a t-shirt. I was just checking to see if he played the same sob story video. No, he's not. He's just giving that spiel to us. So he addressed the German federal parliament in Bundestag after he addressed our Congress. Attack on a bus, a truck, kills 21 in Niger. Local and security sources. So a bunch of people died on a bus. Taiwan announces military drills. You know what that means when they start saying drills off the Chinese coast. China sends 39 aircraft into Taiwan's airspace, into their air defense identification zone in response to the drill. Another war coming with China and Taiwan, guys. Then, so we get Ukraine, Russia, we got Taiwan, China, and we got Israel, probably NATO, Iran, and we got the jihadis too. It's already like lining up for World War III, isn't it? All right, these eyeballs have a head in them. I don't know. I see you. I mean, what are they trying to say here? It's the Jewish holiday of Purim, where Jews celebrate overcoming annihilation from Iran. Huh? Think about it. 1,000 years later, Iran again announced a festival to count down to Israel's destruction. So at Purim, I didn't know this, but they celebrate overcoming annihilation from Iran. And what do you know? We're right now looking at the finalizing of the nuclear deal with Iran. Isn't it funny how history kind of overlaps and repeats itself? And Sputsy, you said layers and layers. Here's another layer. Yeah. Breaking. UAE ship possibly targeted sank 30 miles away from Iran's port. I don't know. Does Iran and UAE get along? I don't think so. I think Iran is Shiite and UAE is Sunni, and they don't get along. But they saved them. Maybe they shot them, their boat sunk it, and then they saved them. In the second part of the Iran-U.S. nuclear deal, the Biden administration is dropping Iran's IRGC terror group from the terrorist list in return for assurances that IRGC considers reducing their attack on U.S. convoys in Syria and Iraq and stop trying to assassinate Trump. Oh, man. They didn't come through on their deal before. Maybe Biden's hoping that they don't come through on the deal this time. He includes stop trying to assassinate Trump. Wow. Plus the IRGC terror group. What are they responsible for? What all have they done? Do they need to be taken off the list? Okay, it's the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. So, what is the most current thing that they did? Shut down a drone. What's the Ukraine thing? Special operation inside Pakistan. They had a lot to do with something going on in Syria and Iraq from 2011 onward. There was a bombing in Pishin. Possible attacks on Quds. Plane crash. Lebanon war. All right, well, let's just see what they have to do with Ukraine. Wait. Isn't that what I clicked on? Yeah. Ukraine. Where's that at? Ayatollah Khomeini urged that the country's military forces should remain unpoliticized. However, the Constitution in Article 150 defines IRGC as the guardian of the revolution and of its achievements, which is at least partly a political mission. His original views have therefore been the subject of debate. Supporters of the Basiji have argued for politicization, while reformist moderates and Hassan Khamenei opposed it. President Rafsanjani forced military professionalism and ideological de-radicalization of the IRGC to curb its political role, but the Pasdaran became natural allies of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei when reformists threatened him. The IRGC grew stronger under President Ahmadinejad and assumed formal command of the Basiji militia in early 2009. Although never explicitly endorsing or affiliating themselves with any political parties, the Alliance of Builders of Islamic Iran, or Abadajaran, is widely viewed as a political front for the Revolutionary Guards. Many former members, including Ahmadinejad, have joined this party in recent years, and the Revolutionary Guards have reportedly given them financial support as an elite group. Members of the Pasdaran have influence in Iran's political world. President Ahmadinejad joined the IRGC in 1985, serving first in military operation in Iraq Kurdistan before leaving the front line. This has nothing to do with Ukraine. I know it's talking about the Iran Revolutionary Guard, and they're making these terrorist group not on the terrorist list anymore, but I specifically clicked on Ukraine. Others have been appointed as ambassadors, mayors, provincial governors, and senior bureaucrats. However, IRGC veteran status does not imply a single viewpoint. I said nothing about Ukraine, and I clicked on Ukraine. Anyway, they were on the terrorist list, and they're not anymore. That's part of the Iran nuclear deal. So I've seen them in the news several times. The Revolutionary Guard. So they're not on the terrorist list anymore. Wasn't there something about not Ahmadinejad, that's the president or whatever of Iran that used to be. Wasn't there another terrorist group in like Afghanistan that just got taken off? I think what's happening, based on the leaks that came out about the New World Order, about the Silk Road, about the Abrahamic Accord, the leaks, said that terrorist groups like Hamas and others, if they lay down their weapons, they'll get like, I think it was like $45,000 or something a year, which is really pretty good if they lay down their weapons and stop being a terrorist. So, by taking them off the terrorist list, there's more than just that involved. They're handing over stuff, to, I would say, if they have legal words for doing what they're doing, it's still not what God would do. It's still not what righteousness or a good judge would do. They're just, complying with terrorism and making a deal when they have no oversight to these things. It's just a lot of PR, It's like, it's just, the world's such a mess. New U.S.-Iran nuclear deal. So here we go. Here's some things that you need to know about the Iranian deal. That's just a picture. New U.S.-Iran nuclear deal lets Russia cash in on $10 billion contract to build nuclear sites for Iran. So they made deals with Russia, or Russia can go into Iran, and $10 billion. It's a contract that they can cash in on. I don't know what that means. Is it Russian money? And then the U.S. is giving Russia permission to cash in on, I don't understand. Where's the $10 billion coming from? Is it coming from Russia? And we're saying, okay, Russia, yep, you can do that. Why do we get to say? Because it's our nuclear deal? Seems like they'd have a deal of their own, or I don't know. It's just everything's so weird. I should be understanding this, but I don't understand nuclear sites anyway. Why are we allowing people to make more nuclear weapons? Why are we allowing people to make nuclear energy? Why aren't we using 0-point energy? Why aren't we oh, okay, wait a minute. I know why. Because we're waiting on the Antichrist, so he can have all these powers. Okay, the Biden administration will waive sanctions. They're going to waive the sanctions on Russia that they just put into place, right? So Russia's top energy firm can build contested Iranian nuke plants. Really? So now you know why Israel is going to be like, you're doing what, Biden administration? You're just waiving all the sanctions? The sanctions on Russia for Iran, or all the sanctions like across the board? I mean, can we be a little more specific here? Is this like sanctions on Russia regarding Iran? Did we place sanctions on Russia before? I don't know. Is it just these sanctions that we placed on Russia regarding the Iran deal we're lifting? Or does that include sanctions across the board? Right? Is this a good question? I don't know. I mean, am I just dumb? Like, Christy, you should know they've been sanctioning Russia on things that they're doing involvements with Iran. It's only for that. Okay, well that would make sense. But you know, words have meaning and they're not specific here. And what's all these flags doing here? This one's Germany. This one's Iran. This red, white, and blue on the right side of this, I'm not sure because there's two here. There's one on each side that's red, white, and blue. They're just in different order. These are Russia. Okay. This one over here on the right, I think that is Britain or Australia. Sorry, I don't know. This one might be European Union, the one with the blue with the yellow circles around it. And then this one over here, is this China? You got me. Okay, the tags say European Union and Iran. You got me. All right, and lastly, Russia's sanctions over Ukraine will be worthless. Okay, does that mean the sanctions that we put on Russia over Ukraine will be worthless? It kind of sounds like that to me. I mean, that's what I'm assuming, but I mean, I don't want to be like, what's the assuming ass out of you and me? I don't want to be doing that. So, but this what it says is that the Russia sanctions over Ukraine will be worthless. Did Russia put sanctions on Ukraine? I don't think so, but I don't know. That just the word thing's weird. And who can we trust? The mainstream media to tell us? I think we gotta find the nuclear deal and read it ourselves. Are we allowed to hear what the actual deal says so that we can try to get through their legal language and figure it out? All right, according to the officer of the prosecutor general, since the beginning of the war in Ukraine, 108 children have been killed and over 120 were wounded. 108 children have died in the past couple of months because of the war. And I'm sorry. It's needless. Okay. Here's the what the Afghan refugees are getting. It's a bunch of stuff. Money, food stamps, cash assistance, rent subsidy, utility assistance, daycare assistance, free medical, free public transit, free Obama cell phone, free college tuition, and tax-free. So, you know, they're making out. Wish I could get subsidy for my electric bill. Evil, evil men. For 23 years, these three guys invaded 9 countries and their victims exceeded 11 million. 11 million people died under the wars from these three guys. What I don't understand is that no one calls them terrorists, murderers, or dictators. Well, I mean, when the social credit score comes in, you're not even going to be allowed to, like, ask that question. Right? Drone coming for your head. If you ask that question here in just a few months. Doesn't it feel good to just say it out loud right now while you're allowed? While you can? Like a little freedom? I feel good. I feel real good that I've been able to say these things. I don't know that phone number. I was just making sure it wasn't Mr. Kana. Alright, 3/17/2022. It's 5:06 p.m. California lawmakers to propose a $400 gas rebate. So we get like a little chunk of money for having to pay high gas prices in Los Angeles now? California lawmakers. Maybe you have some good lawmakers after all. But right now, the gas prices, $5.49 is the cheapest at the gas pump. Biden refused to answer questions when asked what would it take for him to send Polish MiGs from Germany to Ukraine. I'm not going to comment on that right now. I'm not going to comment on anything other than what I told you today, Biden said before he walked away. And they're saying that means no MiGs. I'd say they're already doing it. What is a Polish MiG? Seven days ago, 2
Prevail
days.
for the sake of life. Can you imagine when you call your friends, your friendly nation, and you ask, please prevail for...
Hold on, he's asking for the MiGs here. That's why they asked Biden. It's like a minute long.
I know that you all support Ukraine. We've been friends with you, Justin, but also I would like you to understand, and I would like you to feel this, what we feel every day. We want to live, and we want to be victorious. We want to prevail for the sake of life. Can you imagine when you call your friends, your friendly nation, and you ask, please close the sky, close the airspace, please stop the bombing. How many more cruise missiles have to fall on our cities until you make this happen? And they, in return, they express their deep concerns about the situation. When we talk with our partners, and they say, please hold on a little longer. Some people are talking about trying to avoid the escalation. And at the same time, in response to our aspiration to become members of NATO, we also do not hear a clear answer. Sometimes we don't see obvious things. It's a dire straits, but it also allowed us to see who our real friends are over the last 20 days, and as well 8 previous years.
I thought he was going to say something about the MiGs, though, didn't you?
Well, they're just born to do a thing. As soon as Augustine Green could walk, he was pushing them more.
That's what the thing was about. Ukrainian general says Polish MiG fighter jets and no-fly zone are desperately needed. All right, so Ukrainian general says the Polish MiG fighter jets are desperately needed, and the no-fly zone. There you go. There's your MiG-29. He wants those jets. And he wants to put a ring on it. Stop thinking about that video. Oh my gosh. That was so insane. I gotta make sure I get that video. Thousands, my face is turning red thinking about it. Thousands of Northeast Japan homes still without power. Yeah, we read that. 4 people died. Okay, a final warning from the Arabs to Biden. In a message directed at Biden administration and the other Western powers involved in the Vienna negotiations, the Arab countries said that Iran and its terrorist militias are continuing to create chaos and instability, especially in Syria, Iraq, Yemen, and Lebanon. The Arabs, including the Arab League, are telling the Biden administration, in their view, it is not only Iran that threatens their security, but also its terrorist proxies, including Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. The Houthi rebels, they're in Yemen. Hezbollah is in Lebanon. So Yemen, Lebanon, plus in every city in a secret cell, training in the United States. Palestinian Islamic Jihad, which is most of the territory they are calling Palestine. Hamas, which is in Gaza. There's a bunch of countries listed in Psalm 83 or 89. Psalm 83? 83, I think. I think that's right. Where the countries surrounding Israel are gathering. They are signing agreements with each other to invade Israel, or to take over Israel. They're trying to think of the right word. They're like conjoining together in an accord or an agreement. So it doesn't mean it doesn't say, as far as I know, that there'll be weapons involved or anything like that. They're coming up with an agreement. The Arabs are clearly worried about the financial and military aid that Iran is providing to the terrorist groups. So Iran gets a whole bunch of oil, and they pay all these terrorist groups. But their main one in Iran is the Revolutionary Guard, which Biden is including to take off of the terrorist list. Any deal with Iran will further strengthen these groups and encourage them to step up their terrorist attacks. See why Israel doesn't want, us to take off the Islamic Revolutionary Guard off the terrorist list? Because it would embolden them and make them stronger, and they would fund them more, and they'd get benefits for not being considered a terrorist group. The Arabs are also worried that when Iran obtains nuclear weapons, they will sooner or later find their way into the hands of its terrorist proxies and other terrorist groups, including the Islamic State, ISIS, and Al-Qaeda. This President Biden is deaf. He cannot be trusted. Ali Saraf, Iraqi political analyst, Al Arab, March 12, 2022. So that was just 5 days ago. If the Biden administration and its friends reach a new deal with Iran's mullahs, we are likely to see more Arabs come out against the United States. Well, perfect for Biden. We have made it very clear that if Iran acquires a nuclear capability, we will do everything we can do to do the same. Then Saudi Minister of Foreign Affairs said to CNN, May the 9th, 2018. So they've been saying for years now, 19, 20, 21, 22, for 4 years, the Saudis have been saying, if you give Iran nuclear weapons, we're going to get nuclear weapons. And so much of the Middle East is they have been, on a war path to get more. Everyone wants nuclear weapons. The Arabs consider Iran a lethal threat to their national security and the stability of the entire Middle East and other parts of the world. If the Biden administration is going to align itself with the mullahs, it will lose the support of its Arab and Muslim allies. Perfect for Biden, who feel bitterly betrayed and fear that nuclear weapons will end up in the hands of these very mullahs and their terrorist groups. There was a prophetic preacher, trying to think of his name, Avi Lipkin maybe, was saying that, I think that's right, don't quote me on that, was saying that, how is it the Iranians that have the black box that they walk around and kiss the rock? I forget. Is it the Iraqis or is it the Saudis? Might be the Saudis. Well, someone was saying, it might have been Avi saying that what's that thing called? The black square with the meteorite that Muslims kiss and walk around. The big black square structure, Muslim pilgrim, Mecca walk. It's in Mecca. Okay. And the black stone of Kaaba. Although it has been described as a meteorite, this hypothesis is still under consideration. So maybe not, may not even be a meteorite that they're kissing. What if they knew that? Would they still do it? What if it's just a onyx stone from the earth? Would they still do it? Here it is right here. That's what they kiss. They all put their lips on that same area. Ugh. As Muhammad once kissed it. I wonder if they wash it. Like every day or something. They're gonna all get COVID. Alright. So Mecca, you got the big black stone. Oh wait, that's a cube in Hamburg. That says Hamburg. I guess they got them all over the world or something. I think they like the idea of it. Mystery Babylon, In Search of the Truth. Okay, but my point was, I get sidetracked on all this stuff. Mecca, is it in, okay, so Mecca map. Okay, Saudi Arabia. Okay, so let me just show you a map. Here's Iran. Here's this waterway I was talking about from the Persian Gulf, which touches Iraq and Iran. Touches, oh, I didn't know Kuwait was in there. There's Qatar. Here's Saudi Arabia. Here's the UAE. The mystery or regular Babylon was like right up here in Iraq. So you saw where Iran is. You saw where Iraq is. Iran wants to, okay, you saw where Saudi Arabia is. Saudi Arabia is where the black stone, the black square is in Mecca. Avi Lipkin was saying that Iran would bomb the crap out of Mecca and destroy the black stone. And that would cause like some sort of, you know, war. So this this was saying that the Arabs find that Iran is a lethal threat to their national security, the stability of the entire Middle East, and other parts of the world. And if the Biden administration is going to align itself with the mullahs, it'll lose support of its Arab and Muslim allies who feel bitterly betrayed and fear that nuclear weapons will end up in the hands of these very mullahs and their terrorist groups. So Saudi Arabia is angry right now with the big Satan. That's the United States. But see, I think they are Mystery Babylon. Of course, it could be the whole world. I don't know. Like, whoever Mystery Babylon is, they get destroyed in an hour. Iran gets destroyed like Sodom and Gomorrah. They're Edom. And they, well, you know what happened with Sodom and Gomorrah. It was like a nuclear weapon. So, Iran is in big trouble. So, I don't know how this is going to go down, but I thought you all should know the updated information about the Iran deal is about to be finalized, and we've pissed off the Middle East real bad. And we've pissed off Russia, who has nuclear weapons. So, making a deal with Iran is nothing compared to, you know, the deals that we've made with the Middle East and, you know, Russia, China. Like, we could seriously get nuked, you all. Just, you know, like, just be right with Jesus, okay? All right, so this was another story that I have been looking at. I looked at it over on DLive, and I replayed Melissa, the beehive hair lady, talking about her part in watching the voting go sideways while she was in charge, or the tallying machines and everything. She saw the fraud and like signed an affidavit, and she's got kids, and she's been threatened, and she had to move, and she had to like get a new phone and all this stuff because she was getting harassed, threatened. But she signed an affidavit, and she was just one of those that testified. And so I was watching that again, like just a few days ago over on DLive, and I just love that girl. Talk about a hero. That girl, I think she's a hero. But this says that a whistleblower inside the Dominion voting systems has come forward, claiming the software company changed 3.8 million votes for stealing the election for Biden. There are now 3 that have come forward, whistleblowers inside Dominion. Crazy, huh? There are now 3 who've come forward, and that's from Rudy Giuliani. But it'll still be considered like a terrorist thing, I guess, if you believe that. Because if you say that the election was tampered with, Trump really won, then bye-bye credit score. Troopers say that the mattress, see the mattress right here in the road? It fell off the truck. Washington State Patrol is looking for a pickup truck driver who lost a mattress on the interstate, which led to a deadly crash. Troopers say the mattress fell off the truck on Interstate 5 Saturday morning, and it hit a car, which lost control, and then a semi-truck following behind the car T-boned it, killing the 20-year-old female driver inside. The driver of the pickup truck took off. If caught, they could face up to a year in jail. Washington was one of the first states to pass a law making unsecured loads a crime. Passed in 2005, Maria's Law is named after Maria Frederici. She was 24 years old when a piece of wood fell off a trailer and crashed through her window, left her blind. The suspect in Frederica's case was cited for a traffic infraction and fined less than $1,000. But she lost her eye, and this lady lost her life over a mattress not being secured. He had it on top of his truck? What the heck? Is he stupid? Huh. Troopers say mattress fell off the truck. Crazy, huh? Loose mattress falls off the pickup truck. Oh, a pickup truck. I was thinking on top of the semi. Okay. And the pickup driver guy got away because he had the mattress in the back of his truck. I wonder how big the mattress was. They didn't say. Because some mattresses can weigh like 300 pounds. And if you put a 300-pound mattress in the back of your truck, I could, just me being me, I'd be like, oh, no, don't worry about it. It'll stay there. It's 300 pounds. What can it do? The wind. The wind is what could do. I've seen semi-trailers get winded over. A whole semi-trailer blown over. A FedEx truck blown over. So a 300-pound mattress is nothing compared to, like, you know, these high winds. Plus you're going fast in the car. Terrible, huh? I want to get a picture of this. I'm going to use this on one of my thumbnails. Thank you, Commodus Trump, for the nice, lovely transhumanism picture of Fauci. What did I call it? A thumbnail. I'm going to use that for a thumbnail. That's hilarious. I like the eyeballs. Wish the background would have been like, you know, dark blue or even black. And then have this part white. Anyway. Okay. Got a few more. This one's about the war criminal. This one says Putin talks about a higher race and that he wants to purify Russian society. That sounds like Hitler. Let's look at it. Okay. Yes, of course, the West will bet on the so-called fifth column. What's that? On national traders.
Да, безусловно. Они будут пытаться делать ставку на так называемую пятую колонну, на национал-предателей, на тех, кто заработал.
On those who earn money here with us, but live there.
Здесь у нас, а живет там.
And they live not even in the geographical sense of the word, but according to their thoughts, according to their Slavish consciousness. Oh, slavish consciousness. I do not at all judge those who have a villa in Miami or on the French Riviera, who can't do without foie gras. I don't even know what that is. Say, I'm not an elite. Oysters. I'd like to have a fried oyster once in a while, but they are out the roof expensive. Or the so-called gender freedoms. Can't do without my gender freedoms. But the issue here is not in that, but in the fact that many of these people, by their very nature, are mentally located exactly there and not here, not with our people, not with Russia. This is, in their opinion, a sign of belonging to a higher caste, to a higher race. I see. Such people are ready to sell their own mother if only they were allowed to sit in the hallway of this very highest caste. They want to be like her, meaning caste, imitating her in every possible way, yet they forget or do not understand at all that if they are needed by this so-called higher caste, then needed only as an expendable material in order to use them to inflict maximum damage on our people. Looks like he's talking to... Anybody recognize these flags here? Red, white, blue. Blue, white, red. European Union, anybody? This might be a bunch of European Union. Inhales heavily. The collective West is trying to split our society, speculating on the combat losses, on the socio-economic consequences of sanctions. You know, he had a meeting with a bunch of people from the European Union without the United States. Maybe that's what this is from. Provoking a civil confrontation in Russia and using its fifth column to achieve its goal. Oh, I see what he's saying. So these highfalutin people that have, say, a place in Miami or other places, and then they have a place in Russia, they're not for the Russian people. They just have a Russian place so they can have Russian papers and, you know, advantages for having dual citizenship. So it's these people, this fifth column, he's calling them, where they get political gain and they count, you know, some sort of voting system or something where they can achieve things because they're part of the caste or the society of these people that have dual citizenship. It's not what it sounded like. It sounded like Hitler, like, you know, you're part of the a different class of higher class of people. I mean, that's where my mind went because of all of the propaganda. That's not what he's talking about, though. And there is only one goal. I have already spoken about it: the destruction of Russia. But any people, and even more so the Russian people, will be able to distinguish true patriots from scum and traitors. And simply spit them out like a midge that accidentally flew into their mouth. What's a midge? A fly or something? A gnat? Spits you out on the pavement. I'm convinced that such a natural and necessary self-purification of society will only strengthen our country and solidarity, cohesion, and readiness to respond to any challenges. You know, it sounds like Russia's like trying to close off from the world, shutting their internet down and all that. What if he was? Like, I'd like to move there if he's like, you know, I mean, if there was one place where all the patriots could go and there wouldn't be like a dictator, and I don't know. I'm dreaming. It's the millennial reign that's coming. Just keep your eye on the ball. Keep your eye on Jesus, because he's coming. So Biden's calling him a war criminal, but maybe, just maybe, he's got three fingers pointing back the other way, right? He's a war criminal, and he's got three pointing at himself. Oh, the black box. Yes. Fifth column is any group of people who undermine a larger group from within, usually in favor of an enemy group or nation. Yeah, I was like wondering, like, this sounds kind of, you know, forward thinking, like futuristic. A fifth column? I was thinking of that movie with The Fifth Element. Okay, urgent. Breaking news. War with Russia was planned since 2015. A corrupt government is being used not to defend the Ukrainian people and its sovereignty, but to bring down China and Russia because they're opposed to giving up sovereignty to this Green Deal and the Great Reset. That's what he's saying. Let's see. I gotta go let the DOGO.
This has been in the works going back to at least 2015, 2016. It was somewhat set back by the election of Donald Trump in the United States because Trump was not a globalist. but he was opposed to many of these schemes.
You need
What
to
we're
go
seeing now
potty.
is a merger of the Great Reset, the Green New Deal, the policies on COVID, and a number of other aspects of government policy, which is being directed not on behalf of sovereign governments, but against sovereign governments. And this is why we're seeing the situation in Ukraine. And what is Russia's crime? Putin has asked for 20 years for security guarantees for Russia. And these guarantees include no further eastward expansion of NATO, which was promised to Gorbachev in 1990, which was promised again to Yeltsin in 1994. And yet NATO keeps moving to the very borders of Russia. Now they're talking about, as Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, did at the Munich Security Conference, that Ukraine has a right to develop nuclear weapons. And for Putin, Russia's security is directly threatened by two aspects of the Ukraine situation. The corruption, which includes prominent Nazis in positions of the defense and security forces of Ukraine. The European Union actually acknowledged in 2018 that the defense and security forces of Ukraine were heavily infiltrated by neo-Nazis, marching behind the banners of the Ukrainian SS, which joined Hitler in the 1940s. And when Putin said you need a denazification of Ukraine, he was called crazy. But the idea of a government, a corrupt government, being used not to defend the Ukrainian people's freedom and sovereignty. And I hate to see what's being done to the people of Ukraine right now in this war. But they are the cannon fodder for a NATO and US and British drive to bring down Russia and China. Why? Because they're the two leading powers in the world that oppose giving up sovereignty to this Green New Deal and the Great Reset.
Is this guy on it? Does he know what he's talking about? I mean, that last part sounded like he was on the path of, you know, kind of where my mindset is. I mean, I don't know. I didn't get to hear the whole thing, but I think he might have been on it. Especially the part where this has been planned for a long time. All right, here's Tucker Carlson's take on some stuff on the no-fly zone or something.
But I just think they should know what the informed view of the likelihood of a retaliatory nuclear strike from Vladimir Putin is. What would you assess it as being?
And I repeat, that's a hypothetical question, and I believe
hardly a hypothetical.
that he will not take that step if, starting today, the Biden administration will send the message that we are in charge, that NATO is ready to confront him, and so are we. And because you said that I was in favor of open borders, and I talked to your
Well, you just called last month for the amnesty for tens of millions of people who came into this country illegally. But you did, because I read the legislation today.
No, I did not.
Actually, about 20 minutes ago, I read it.
Okay, I'm glad you did.
All of us are appalled by the violation of Ukraine's borders.
Hold on.
You don't seem as
okay. So whoever did this clip has thrown in 3 separate topics already so far. They went from tactical nuclear usage if Russia messes up, then is Biden for that, to amnesty, to I can't keep up.
Appalled by the violation of our borders by tens of millions of people. So let me ask you for the third time.
Sure,
I do. Military equipment. Okay, would you support the U.S. military?
I'm allergic to outside, I think.
The United States border tonight, or on the same timetable as sending MiGs to Ukraine? How about that?
That's hypothetical again.
MiGs to Ukraine.
Question.
Now we got another.
No, it's not.
Hypothetical. What do you mean? Just say it. You're not for it, and you're for the Ukraine, but not here.
Because look, it's a great
Now we got
distraction from the
another
political
guy.
crisis. It rallies everybody around the military-industrial complex and the media complex as well. So I think people just need to be informed as to what's going on here and what the true stakes are.
Jesse Smollett can go home while he works to get his conviction
5 stories.
overturned. Because he's not a Trump voter. He's not one of those January 6 guys rotting in solitary for more than a year. He's Jesse
And then
Smollett.
on the
He's a
left,
famous
we
actor.
got another
My boss
story.
is going to eventually tell me to start arresting people.
Now we got, whoa,
Jeremy
what
Lafredo
was
shot
that?
NBC.
Okay, we got like 7 stories here. That was the convoy. Maybe. They're going to start arresting people.
This actor.
My boss is going to eventually tell me to start arresting people.
Oh, have you heard about this, Butsy?
Did not. It should have. It's illegal, but the government's doing it.
Doesn't say sit around, watch television, while people crush your sovereign liberty. It says it is your job as Americans to rise up, peacefully, ideally, against tyrants. And hopefully we're peacefully doing that.
Rise up against tyrants? I don't even know who she's speaking about. We got like 10 stories in a 2-minute clip. Whoever did this was like trying to break my brain. Oh yeah, Tucker's laugh. Sometimes I can take him and sometimes I can't. What is this about? Oh, this is from InfoWars, I guess. Maybe. That did this botch of clips together. What a crappy job. They must have a new person. Convoy DC Wills orders to start arresting people. U.S. trucker convoy protesters are threatened with arrest if they enter Washington. Oh, this was yesterday, guys. Oh boy. On the 3rd day of the People's Convoy, the American version of the Truckers' Freedom Convoy protest that happened in Canada, attempting to enter Washington, protesters were threatened with arrest for trying to enter the nation's capital. The convoy, much like the Freedom Convoy that traveled through Ottawa, is calling on the federal government in the United States to bring an end to vaccine mandates and the emergency orders. Police, at the direction of the Department of Homeland Security, have effectively used dump trucks, plows, police cars as barricades to prevent the People's Convoy from entering the city. I didn't know that. These vehicles have been used to block all off-ramps from highways leading into Washington, causing extraordinary traffic disruptions to local motorists. Today, as the protesters attempted to exercise their First Amendment rights to free speech and enter into the Capitol, an officer warned they would be arrested. My boss is going to eventually tell me to start arresting people. And you heard him do that. An officer who spoke to a group of the protesters warned. When asked on what grounds they could be arrested, the officer told the demonstrators that they were impeding a highway. With your vehicle stopped right there, the officer continued, you're failing to obey a lawful order to remove your vehicle from the roadway. Jeremy Lafredo has been embedded with the convoy since it began. To see more Jeremy's reporting, as well as our previous coverage of the Freedom Convoy to Canada, help fund our independent journalism, visit convoyreports.com. Rebel News is awesome. I'll be right back. The dog's barking. I'm sorry I don't have a video ready. Hey! Daisy! Daisy! Come on. Come on. Come on. Rocky. Rocky. Come on. Come. Come on. So sorry. Had to been done. All right, so convoy. All that. See how much more I got here. I'm almost done. Oh, there was another attack. Remember there was attacking in Iraq from Iran? Now they're attacking a U.S. base in Syria. And I don't know if there was ever any footage or anything like that. Okay. Under missile drone attacks. Let's see if there's any videos. 2 months, 4 years.
Air dual attack in the Iran.
4 years ago, some stuff. Okay. What's this one? January. Okay, so it looks like there's articles. Is there a picture? Drones and missile strike U.S. military base near Al Amar oil field in Deir ez-Zor, Syria on Wednesday evening. Oh, did you know that the United States Army occupies East Syria? That would be close to the Iraq border, is that right? Or maybe it's shaped funny and maybe it's near Iran. I don't know. And then condemn Russia out of the other side of its mouth. So there's a lot of things going on besides just Ukraine with Syria and United States and Russia and China and Iran. Oh, okay. I just thought that was something else. Yeah, for nuclear war, you want to have some iodine. I like the iodine that I get from Alex Jones, and I heard that it lasts a very long time. Like maybe forever. 100 years. Australian fighters. These firefighters have not seen Ukraine in their life. They are Australian firefighters. They're sending firefighters? Firemen? It says Tasmanian firefighters? Okay, that doesn't have anything to do with Ukraine. I don't know why they said that. Yesterday's photo of bombings over Yemen by the United States and Saudi Arabia. But because America bombs aren't as bad as the Russians, no one cares. I care. That's a big bad bomb. Yemen's been getting drilled for a while. And hunger and like that's, you know, Ukraine could be like the new Yemen if they don't, you know, support it. I get it why they want to support it, but just so many things here in the pot, you know. We don't know. We don't know what's really going on. Okay. Did I leave off here?
But I just think they should.
Okay, what was this one? 4 Disney employees are arrested in Polk County. Human trafficking campaign, deputies say. So 4 Disneyland or Disney World, whichever one it is, in Polk County, I think that's Florida. They've been arrested for human trafficking. So, hope it's not children. Ugh. This was the 6.0. This was the drones. Oh, this was there were some drones that were made in Iran. They're attacking the United States base in Deir ez Syria. Deir ez Zor. So I haven't looked into this story except for just now. Here's a good article. At least 3 explosions rocked a U.S. base in Deir ez Zor, Syria, a security source told Shafak news agency. At least 3 Katyusha rockets were launched from near the Iraqi border, targeting a U.S. base in Syria. Eyewitnesses said they heard the sounds of the explosions at the American base. Meanwhile, the U.S. military responded to the attack using a 155mm howitzer to comb the area believed to have been the launch site. No further details were disclosed. Earlier this month, an American military base in Syria came under rocket attack. The military base is located in the countryside of Syria's Deir ez Zor region. Despite the Syria armed forces recapturing most territories, the U.S. wields control over the north and northeast region. Damascus, prophecy, Isaiah 17, has repeatedly called the presence of American troops in Deir ez Zor al-Hasaka and Rock state piracy. They're calling it state piracy to exploit its natural resources. So that's what this is all about. Greed. Right? Greed, and more greed. Resources. Probably a lot to do with the drones and the making of, missiles and drones and weapons and metals for military equipment and this whole military complex war machine. They need all these different materials from the earth to make war weapons. So, you know, find some creative to create, would ya? WHO says a rise in COVID cases is the tip of the iceberg. He's expecting more. It's just the tip of the iceberg. The global rise in corona, COVID. I just picture him in that little dress, just like Zelensky now. She's getting tested. Tedros, that's his name. I guess that's it for that story. He just is expecting a whole lot more. Which, you know, if they don't keep telling you this, you might forget about it. They have to keep letting you know. There's more coming. Maybe not this strain, but the next one or the next one. Okay, details on the possible Russia-Ukraine deal. Okay, so there's a deal they're working on to try to stop this war before it hits World War III status. And here's some of the things that are on the table. Russia ceases fire and withdraws. Think that'll happen? Be afraid. Be very afraid. I don't watch him all the time, but I thought he would change after the Disney bought Fox. I don't like being lied to either. Midday, nobody does. Oh, they're all a bunch of liars, aren't they? I'm so sick of liars. All right, so Russia ceases fire and withdraws. I don't see that happening, do you? Okay, next on the table, Ukrainian neutrality without NATO. Oh, well, maybe the NATO put this on the table. NATO, go away. CSTO, Russia, NATO, go away. New World Order. Everybody, come in. It be world peace. It be everybody have lots of money. Everybody share. Everybody have same income. Everybody have communism. Everybody have world leader. One leader. One ring to rule them all. How about this? How about this guy? He has all the answers. He has every, what do you call it? Every answer in the book, that's all. He just knows, he knows exactly what to do. Exactly. Usurpable problems. He can answer insuperable problems. He's Superman. Maybe it's, I'm too sexy for this outfit. Too sexy for this outfit. I'm still thinking about that video. Maybe it's Zelensky, you know? Oh my gosh, that video is so gay. Oh my gosh. All right. Next on the table. Breathe. Kyiv keeps its army, but can't host foreign bases. I mean, wouldn't that be taken care of with the whole don't be with NATO thing? All right, and then the next one is Russia gets legal status in Ukraine. Well, I don't know what that would mean, but why not? Just everybody have legal status with every other country across the board. Open borders. Everybody can go everywhere as long as they take a little thing on their hand, and it'll have your digital ID. It'll have all your information, your medical, everything. You can just you can be totally free to do anything you want. You can fly on a plane, anything, because they'll be tracking you 24/7. They'll be in your head. You'll interface with the computer. You won't be able to shut it off, though. No. You might have nightmares that you can't shut off in your head going around. Yeah? Does that sound like world peace? Come together, everybody. Come together under the beast. Here's that Switchblade one, midday, the Switchblade drone. Ooh, let's watch the drone. The kamikaze killers. You know, if you don't comply, they might have one the size of your hand that comes and just pops you right in the head.
Why doesn't every home in the US have solar panels? The number one reason is not about sunlight,
I don't know, I think
weather,
you're gonna tell me,
or
though.
even politics.
Thank God I could skip that. All right, here we go. You're interfacing with the computer now. If you die in the meta machine, you die in real life. It's coming from your head. Do you have your VR glasses on? Thumbs up. Toys. War toys. So we need some more metal. We need some more lead. We need some more resources. Let's take Ukraine. They got resources. Uranium. We need some nukes here. Let's take Syria. Let's take Iran. Let's take all of them. We're the oligarchs. We're the real oligarchs. We're the elite. And guess what? You're not the elite. I'm the elite. And so are all my friends. You're all part of the family of God. And He's coming to judge you. And you're going to go into a bunker. And you're going to beg for the rocks to fall on your head. And to hide you from the one who sits on the throne. For the wrath of the Lamb will come. And you only have 3.5 years. So you better get busy on your bloodshed. Okay, I'm losing it.
Does China want to provide military supplies to Russia? Crossing that line means the US must elevate competition to confrontation. US officials met Chinese counterparts in Rome, and their meeting, nothing new. But that is the key. We break down why. A climate agenda from the Biden administration is only aiding China's climate aggression. That is, using the 2050 promise to establish more coal power, more pollution. And can the United States really work with China on climate change? What is the catch? I talked with Mark Moreno from Climate Depot to find out. If you would like to watch our full episodes, visit me on epochtv.com. There's a huge wave of truth seekers who want access to unfiltered, unrestricted, and unbiased news on China. China Insider can bring these to you on Epoch TV, and you can sign up now for just
You're
$1.
like a commercial.
Don't wait for your chance to watch our amazing lineup of...
I don't know about Epoch TV. It's kind of sketchy sometimes. But, you know, I played it. This was the commercial that was played yesterday that was Ukraine. Now, you tell me if this is like real footage or is this a movie set that they got these images from. Okay? Just tell me what you think at the end of it. Real or fake? There is something that does land right over here. I'm just not sure though now, because he used it in the movie. That didn't even do anything right there. This hit right here. Well, they said a few people died, but you know, it's so far away you can't really tell if the people are still moving or, you know, I'm just check, just go with me here a minute. Hey, what was that? Whoa, wait. This one. Okay. Let's look at this one. Just looking. Just looking. It's hard to tell sometimes, but this one right here on the right, that one was kind of the movie that I remember seeing about that. I mean, the video. This one, he's got his family pictures out. This one, people are being thrown into a mass grave ditch. Okay. I'm not going to say anything bad or, you know, mean about it. Okay, so the one with the boy looks real. The terrified look on his face, that's kind of hard to fake. I don't know about that one. I mean, those are definitely bombed buildings. I just don't know when they're from. So sad. Just the thought of all this is so sad. So a lot of people said the maternity ward one was fake. I don't know why. It all looks real to me. It was Zelensky's video, not mine. If there's anything graphic in here, blame Zelensky. You know, the I'm too sexy for my shirt guy. And blame Congress, because they put it up on their live stream. So I'll probably get a you know what for a you know what. Oh man. Look at all the little babies. Mm. All right, so that was the commercial that he played yesterday to get a no-fly zone, or they're calling it close the sky, over Ukraine so that the NATO countries will shoot down Russian aircraft, bomb the aircraft, and start, World War III. So that was the commercial for World War III. These are some trucks, big long line of them. I think they're new from. Oh, okay. It was to a different place. They're in Belarus. So Russia is threatening that if Belarus comes in or whatever to Ukraine with these trucks or whatever, that Belarus is going to start looking like Ukraine. Okay, they've got $9.33 billion to put into 60 water projects in Saudi Arabia. Because, see, they're going to be the new America, pretty much. They're going to be taking over the Silk Road and all that. It's going to come down into Saudi Arabia. You watch. I've not seen that part of the Silk Road yet, where it comes into the Middle East, but where it goes across Europe, across Russia, across China, it will go down into the Middle East. Well, you saw the bridge today, the longest bridge. That's part of it, I would say. That was pretty cool, huh? Okay, this one is very serious. Okay, guys? I'm going to probably leave off on this because it's 6:15. I got to get a little bite to eat before Bible study. It's about an hour away from Bible study time. This is serious right here. See the dollar? See the red money behind that? That's the yuan, or won, or however you say it, okay? See that? If the won, the red one with the Chinese guy on there, replaces Georgie Porgy, we are going down, 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 very far down, very fast, bye-bye economy, okay? Just know, when you hear this announced, you better go get whatever it is you've been putting off buying. Because your money's going to be worthless. Okay? It's going to get worthless real fast. Like overnight fast. So, wake up. Go buy what you need. If you need a lawnmower, if you need a chainsaw so you can stay warm, if you need a generator, if you need water filters, if you need stuff for a garden, to build a fence or a chicken coop, some wood, some fences, buy up some fences and things, they're already skyrocketing. Wood is skyrocketing. A lot of things are skyrocketing. Gasoline's skyrocketing. An alternative to gasoline or something, I mean, natural gas is going to be expensive. You better have a way to stay warm. You know those little fire pits that you can get for like $200 or something like that? get you one of those. Like, even if you can't like build a fire inside, you could be like a homeless person outside with a 55-gallon drum. Go get a 55-gallon drum for, you know, putting some trash in or some old furniture, break it up like they did to stay warm. Better get on your feet. Think on your feet. And get prepared, because this could happen at any time. So Saudi Arabia is pissed at us, right? It says because of the Iranian nuke deal, you know? So it's almost finalized. So what's to say they don't finalize the deal tomorrow, or maybe today they might have. And then Saudi Arabia announces tomorrow, we're dumping the dollar. We're going for the yuan. We're going for the Chinese. You're gonna panic. I'm gonna panic. I need to be thinking, what do I need that I can, you know, get that's like, because my money's gonna be worthless. I mean, so just pray, and I'm gonna leave off with that. To pray. Pray without ceasing. That means stopping. Don't stop. Don't stop praying. Anytime you come up with, what if this? What if that? Just say, Lord, if this happens, would you find a way to keep me and my family safe and warm? Will you find a way to tell me what to go buy if I have like one day to do it and I only can buy 5 things? Can you just tell me exactly what I need? And then you just trust him and you depend on him. And like every situation, don't forget to ask him, because just include him on your decisions, because he's there for us. He cares for us. He's our Father. Let me just read a couple things that you're saying before I go. What's the defense? I'll start with segue here. What's the defense between this and drone striking on a wedding? Uh-oh, I don't know what you're talking about. I lost you. Maybe you're talking to somebody in the chat room. It's okay. We all pretty much have fell into that same rabbit hole. True, I never know what to believe anymore. I don't know. Segue, maybe Midday does. Sounds like, yeah, you guys are talking amongst each other. Okay. So, buy stuff so I can have stuff later. Well, I mean, I'm not talking about like, you know, going and buying some toys or anything like that. Segue. U.S. drone strike in Yemen, no difference in my opinion. Yeah, I'm not talking about going and buying just stuff. I'm talking about stuff that might help you to get by for the next few years till Jesus comes. What if he doesn't come for 3 years or something? And our money's worthless, and like, you know, and you could have had some water filters or like an Alexa Pure. Like say that you can't afford electricity because they've spiked it up so high. You know, they just did that to Texas last year. They're like, oh, since we shut down all the oil pipelines and everything, and we don't have enough electricity for you, and we're not going to buy any, you know, for you. We're going to charge you an arm and a leg and an eye. You're going to pay $4,000 a month for your electric bill instead of $300 or $200. You know, your bill's now $4,000. How long are you gonna last where you're at? Of course, some places are warmer, like Texas is warmer, but nighttime is cold. I mean, I lived in Arizona for a little while. It gets pretty cold at night. If you don't have like an old 55-gallon drum or something, and like some of these 55-gallon drums have a lid on them that's like welded on. How are you going to get that off? I mean, maybe you guys all know, but I don't know. I guess you could just start jabbing a hole in it. Thank you, yes, for everybody for coming. And I love you all. And I look forward to those of you who are going to be joining the Bible study tonight. We're going to be reading in Acts again. And yeah, if we end up in nuclear war and you see this, know that I love you. And I'm in a much better place. I'll be in Jesus's arms if I get nuked, and there's no better place to be. So I'll see you all later. I love you all.